love the AI Expo.
This is our first time here. We are super excited to be here.
This is probably my third or fourth year.
We have some excellent speakers. We have a robot arena, a drone arena. There is so much going on.
Here's the place where you can come register for free, get exposed to all kinds of different aspects of AI technology, ask questions, listen to the speakers who are experts in their field, representatives of government, industry leaders.
And then thousands of people coming to learn about this AI revolution.
Creativity sparks other creativity, so we're kind of getting to know our peers, getting to learn from them, and then seeing what the government wants.
You don't have to be an expert in these things to get something out of it, and I think you can meet a lot of people and have a lot of conversations about AI. It's not something to run from, but it's something to learn from, and it's something to use as a tool. And I think this expo has kind of given me another perspective on that.
Google Public Sector is this unique part of Google that is focused on the mission of the public sector in the United States. We support the federal government, we support our state and local businesses, city leadership. We also support the states and universities as well. So we are our dedicated group that's bringing AI to these public sector mission-driven organizations and giving them the power of those data analytics, of artificial intelligence, of agents, of these things is really what's transforming our government today.
AI is the future. I mean, everybody's saying it.
So what's exciting to me is everything.
It's great to see the drone races. It's kind of hard to go out somewhere and watch drone racing firsthand, and you can do that right here.
So fun, so cool. I got the chance to be a kid again, which I think is really nice, and a nice break from just sitting behind a computer, but still using technology in a meaningful way.
I'm Nilo. I'm here at the AI Plus Expo to show off how we're bringing AI to life, talking to folks, answering questions, and making sure people see what IntBot can do.
Our vision is to elevate the guest experience at the social environment, and we are here with our Nilo the robot. He's helping today at the SCSP AI Expo in Washington, D.C. To the attendees as an information concierge.
This place is a playground for anyone who's serious about the future of tech and national security. Where else are you going to see drones battling it out? Top dogs in AI and national security talking shop. And hey, you'd even get to meet me. AI Plus Expo is where the future of American tech, AI, and national security all collide. Don't miss it.
Martin, welcome back.
Hey, great to be back, Ylli. What a day yesterday.
What a day, what a day. Thousands of people here on the floor, Martin.
Yep. No, we've had well over 16,000 people come through the door already, and that was before today.
Right.
So it's incredible.
And look, it's 11.
Yep.
And if the floor is almost full, so okay, good day. Looking forward to another great day. Before we start, I know we're going live on Substack, LinkedIn, Twitter, and I believe YouTube.
Right.
But there's a phone on Signal that people, apart from our social media, can send feedback, questions, and anything else. So, Martin, do you just want to share the stats and the number with the
Yeah,
audience?
yeah, absolutely. So we are live monitoring questions. Please dial in. Let us know what's on your mind. We'll field those questions as they come in. So you can leave a comment on the platform you're viewing it on, or use our Signal chat. That's SCSP.250. SCSP.250. So looking forward to hearing from you.
Give us feedback, as always. We'll take questions, comments of any kind. It's really an honor, Martin, to have Rai Barco today with us here. Rai, welcome.
Thank you.
So good to have you. Rai leads what I consider one of the best organizations in America called With Honor. So before we start talking, can you give us a little preview of what With Honor does and what it is and how you founded With Honor?
Sure. By the way, it is just awesome to be here with you again, the second year.
Right.
You could feel the energy. And I really appreciate the energy because I'm coming off of a red eye with H.R. McMaster,
Right.
who is a mentor to both of us.
Energize the bunny too.
He is, yes.
So maybe transfer some of that energy onto you, yeah.
Just bring that and a few shots of Starbucks. It'll get you going. But I'm so glad to be here again. And With Honor has been a partner with SCSP before it was SCSP. We found out through Mike Gallagher and Seth Moulton, two veterans that we work with in Congress. Our mission is to help fight polarization in Congress by helping to elect and then support with our nonprofit arm veterans that take a pledge to serve with integrity, civility, and courage especially the courage to work across party lines and actually get things done on stuff that matters, like AI policy. And so, 5 years ago when we were getting the 4-country caucus, this bipartisan caucus of 38 veterans together, we said, let's focus on issues that have a great constituency, a bipartisan constituency behind it. And that's what you built with the National Security Commission on AI.
And you were super helpful in that aspect, because without a bipartisan support, I mean, as you and I have talked many, many times, right, the China tech competition enjoys a tremendous bipartisan support on the Hill.
Yeah, big time. And one of the founding members of With Honor, this is almost 8 years ago, was Mike Gallagher, who then, of course, went on to chair the CCP committee. But veterans in Congress used to be about 70% of Congress were veterans. That number's now a little bit below 20%. Roughly half of the roughly 100 veterans in Congress are part of With Honor. They've taken this pledge, they're committed, they're meeting every 2 weeks and working on issues that really matter. The last event that we did together was regarding the Biosecurity Commission that Senator Todd Young, who's part of our Senate Alliance, helped stand up. This is so critically important for our country that we can still communicate across our tribal divisions on stuff that matters in national security. Put the partisan war, the culture wars aside and say, let's get in a room, have serious conversations. Sometimes those rooms are skiffs and confidential. Sometimes they're just conversations that can still have trust.
Right. I mean, I think the only way we sustain the innovation spirit, right, is really through that bipartisan sentiment that exists. And I think you have done a phenomenal job there. In every event I've been to, you can feel that sense of purpose, sense of mission, that you can look beyond your political lines, your daily noises that everyone faces, and really focus on what matters. And this is the technology competition. You mentioned the great work the Biotech Commission has done. You have really helped them really elevate that, and Senator Young has been really critically important in that space.
Yeah, I mean, just think about what happened with COVID, right? I mean, it feels like a different era for in our minds, but that was recent. And these contagions can be manufactured faster and faster and faster. So if we can't even talk with each other, how can we actually unite to stop something that has global speed?
So right, the theme of this expo is 250 years of American innovation, right? And that brought us everything from the light bulb to the internet. So how do we translate that spirit to renew that sense of national service that we ultimately need to propel America for the next 250 years?
I mean, I love the question because less than 2% of Americans, 2% of young Americans serve now in either military or civilian equivalencies. So fewer and fewer Americans are serving, yet you have this sense of purpose that folks are all looking for. And service unites. It's a way that we can come together. It's a particularly topic that actually crosses party lines. And one of the things that I've tried to do, I've got a little shameless plug here.
No, let's talk about the book.
Got a book coming out.
Yep.
Here's a copy of it. It's called Courage Can Save Us.
This is your second book, by the way?
Second book, yep. It was 15 years before the last one, but what this book is about, and all the proceeds go to our organization With Honor, but it profiles 10 Americans currently in the arena that have the courage to work across party lines and get things done. And one of the profiles here is somebody that we both worked with closely, and that's Senator Todd Young. This is a sketch, each chapter starts with a sketch of it. And the case study is on the CHIPS Act, which of course came out of the National Security Commission on AI, and now something that is getting championed is the Biosecurity Commission that he's been behind. But the bottom line is that courage, in my view, is the taking of risk deliberately to serve something that is larger than yourself. And that can save us as a country, bringing courage together and taking those steps, but also as individuals. Serve something that's larger than yourself, to get back to the comment that you just made.
Can I ask you, Rai, how did you pick these profiles? What was sort of like the going in thinking? You said like, these are the profiles I want to highlight. I'm going to write a book about this.
It's great. It's 5 and 5. We've been working with them for 8 years. Almost every one of these members has been part of the With Honor Coalition, so we've seen them in action, taking steps, making decisions that cost them politically. Right? You don't see that as much these days. why, right? Because the incentives are aligned in a different way, but that's what we need, are more folks that will just say, hey, I'm going to do the right thing, no matter what the cost is, and I'm going to make that a willful decision and go for it. So, so we've highlighted 10 of them, and the book comes out in about a month, and I actually received the first final copies yesterday here in the office.
Congratulations.
And so I got one, and Ylli, you're the one of the first people to get a copy. So.
I wish it was out today so we can have you on the bookstore, but I promise you next year at the Expo, you'll be there featured with your book.
Thanks, man.
And really a big plug, like incredible book, incredibly important time. And Ra, you have been really at the forefront of all of this. I know you're going to be here for a while. What are you excited to see mostly? I know we have robotics. You and I talked about the future of robotics because that's one area that I think we have to really put our weight behind it.
Well, I have my mother here actually.
Yeah, she's right behind you.
She's right behind me. There's Mom. Yeah. And so Mom was looking forward to doing a drone-on-drone activity, which is
you wanted to pilot a drone?
Yep.
Oh wow.
But now that we've learned about the AI dog, of course we're going to go see the AI dog.
The Boston Dynamics.
Yeah, I have to go see Spot. Spot was actually on stage. It was our first non-human guest on PTB. It was pretty cool.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for him to come up to get a little treat here.
Yeah.
But guys, we just did a panel with Mike Hutchins and General Groen, and on that panel there was something that came that just highlighted the importance of what you do to me, and that was that we heard that Jake Sullivan, when he was National Security Advisor, it took a year for Jake Sullivan and his team to negotiate one line with the Chinese Communist Party, which is such an obvious thing for humanity. And the line was that there will always be a human in the loop for any decision to actually launch a nuclear weapon. A human in the loop. That we will not allow AI to take over without a human being involved with it. It sounds so basic, but it took a year to negotiate. Why did it take a year to negotiate? Because obviously these are these are frosty relationships. We have to be able to address the biggest actions, and that's what you guys do, is in part is helping to convene Americans to solve tough problems in tech.
Let me follow up on that. So, we're in the midst of a strategic competition, tech very much at the center of that. The stakes are enormous. So in your mind, what does principled leadership look like in an age of disruptive technologies really shaking up the status quo?
Yeah, well, it looks a lot like Senator Todd Young does with Senator Mark Kelly on Biosecurity Commission, on the SHIPS Act, which is another one where they say, listen, we can still have our partisan differences, but we're going to be able to go in, put the country first, and try to get something done that matters for the nation. And again, we're going to have a conversation that is rooted fundamentally in truth and facts. The cameras don't have to be on. Please don't have the cameras on, you know? Right. Let's actually have a relationship and get to the substance of what matters for the country, because the country's hurting. The pace of technology, as you guys know, is moving so fast, and yet our ability to react to it has gotten slower and slower, in part because of our own divisions.
Right, thank you so much for coming off of red eye flight here. I wish you all the best with your book. I'm really honored. I'm going to read it. Thank you for bringing the first copy here. Wish you all the best with the release, and of course, an amazing organization with honor.
Thanks, brother. And I really appreciate it. I do just need to correct something for the record, because facts do matter. My mother received the first book. It's Mother's Day. It's Mother's Day on Sunday, guys. Don't forget.
Yes.
But Ylli, you have gotten the third, actually.
Third.
The second was another friend that we had dinner with last night. But second, third. There we go.
Thank you so much for dropping by.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Brad.
I'll see you soon.
Cheers.
What With Honor does is really, really good. Continuing the conversation with two of really close friends. Dhruva Jaishankar from Morph America. Dhruva, welcome. Good to have you here.
Thanks, Ylli.
And my friend all the way from Delhi, Indrani Bakshi. Indrani, so good to have you here.
Great to be here.
I've been trying to bring you to the expo
I know.
for years.
I know.
So good to have you here.
Likewise.
Yes. Dhruva, how are you?
Oh, good, good. We've been enjoying the expo. Indrani and I were walking through just now, and a lot of exciting companies here, a lot of exciting products. So
We have a India corner. I don't know
Yes,
if you noticed
yeah.
that for
Yes,
the
yes,
first time.
yes.
Finally, we have. What was your favorite spot so far here?
As always, the drones are a highlight. I think you're just seeing it. I think seeing some demonstrations of new undersea capabilities, is really interesting. Quantum technologies. We were just saw a demonstration by an Indian company there, and I think one of the things that stands out to me is just this kind of seamless integration between the Indian and U.S. ecosystems. You have even the Indian developers are trained at MIT, at Berkeley.
Yes.
They've gone back and set up companies there. U.S. companies are using Indian talent, Indian data, Indian market access to help develop their capabilities. And it's quite seamless. It's not that the two governments are pushing them together. It's quite natural.
Right. Indrani, what about you?
Actually, I really enjoyed the conversation on nuclear fusion. There's a group that is doing nuclear fusion, which is interesting, and the ambassador just talked about that. Just down the hall from here is a European company that's using open source intelligence to see what China.
Datenna. Datenna?
Yeah,
Datenna.
Martin comes from Datenna, yeah.
I used to work there. It's an amazing company.
It was an amazing sort of presentation there. I thought that was really cool.
Fascinating. Let's talk about US-India relationship, more specifically tech. Dhruva, we published together multiple pieces, multiple reports. Give me an assessment of where we are, where we need to go.
So, I think there's obviously a positive and not negative, but there's of a work half finished or half done way of looking at it. I think, again, Indrani and I have been in this game for 20 years and followed the US-India relationship. And I think had you told us...
You guys look very young, by the way.
Had you told us 20 years ago that...
Yes.
I pretend to be. If you told us 20 years ago that technology would be at the heart of the US-India relationship, I think we wouldn't have believed it, right? India was, export controls were a problem, it was a sanctions regime against India, and today it is fundamentally front and center of the relationship. Defense technology, quantum, AI, biotechnology, drones, you name it, space, there's incredible collaboration, and that's where the future is. But I think to get there, it's not also inevitable that we will get there, right? So it's a kind of a work in progress at this point of time. And I think we just, as you and I have written, we need to do a lot more to work on manufacturing prowess, secure supply chains, infrastructure development, standards alignment, talent development. All of those things we need to do together.
If you had to pick just one concrete deliverable, what would it be? Would it be compute? Would it be standards?
It would be compute.
Yeah.
It would be compute. It would be coming together not on standards, but on governance, on the policy governing AI, particularly on AI. I don't think we've actually scratched the surface of growing compute, and it's exploding. The demand for compute is exploding. I don't think we can go very far.
The data I often use for this, India produces 20% of the world's data.
That's
and
right.
3% of the data storage
Correct.
capacity in
Correct.
India, right? There's a huge gap that needs to be
That's
filled.
right. That's right.
And the consequences of that will have global
Exactly.
repercussions.
Exactly. And you can see, it's not just the power of compute. It is the security of compute. And in fact, the Iran war has made that very clear that, the vulnerability of data centers, physical vulnerability of data centers is a problem that you may not have to be, may require more creative solutions rather than saying, oh, I'm going to wall this in, this is going to become Fort Knox. No, you cannot actually wall it in. There will be technology to breach a data center. So you have to find more creative solutions to protection of data centers. That I think that's something that you saw just in the last few weeks. We would not have thought about this earlier.
Yeah. Well, yeah, to your point, right? The U.S.-India tech relationship has made tremendous strides.
Yes.
But I mean, do you see areas where Washington and New Delhi still misunderstand each other on artificial
Yes.
intelligence, for example?
Yes.
So, I mean, I have a few areas where I think there's a bit of a misalignment. I mean, I think some of it is on the longer term objectives, right? I mean, there is, to be honest, there is a sovereignty drive, and not just in India. I was just in Europe for a couple of weeks. It's very strong there. At the same time, the US, particularly under the Trump administration, is so keen that their objective is dominance of the AI stack, right? Like an exporting American AI stack. And the fact is there are complementarities, and you can't do it together. But the overall ambition is still somewhat misaligned for those reasons. So I mean, how this plays out in real life is like you get into these petty issues where someone in the U.S. bureaucracy says we cannot share this technology with India, not looking at the big picture, which is this will actually have a multiplier effect and strengthen both countries.
Like, we saw that, with the AI diffusion rules.
Yeah.
That came at the end of the last administration. But the other aspect is, and Dhruva spoke about sovereignty, I think there's a bit of a misalignment in how we see the use of AI. A lot of the US narrative is about building the models for AI. A lot of Indian narrative is about the diffusion of AI. And we will probably end up becoming the largest user of AI on the planet. And that brings with itself governance issues, brings with itself sovereignty issues, which I think at some point we need to have that conversation between the US and India.
I mean, look, we have talked about this for many years. We will have hiccups in our bilateral relationship.
Oh, yes.
But in hindsight, I think how far we have come. And you guys have been like witnesses in how this relationship is. Like, I never thought that we would get to a point to say that the bedrock of our relationship is our defense relationship. Yep. Where we started like 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And now, when you think about it, mill-to-mill relationship is better than it has ever been before. People to people. I think the slowest moving piece is really our government to government relationship.
Yeah.
The private sector, the tech companies, the people ties, defense company ties are moving at tremendous pace. And I think the future really lies on, once you have that foundation, the political noise and hiccups will come and go, but I think the foundation will remain solid forever.
Yeah. I think that governments should just get out of the way, and I think we've been saying this in the US-India space for the last 25 years, that let the governments get out of the way, make it easier for the companies, the startups, the people to work together. I think we have a far better understanding of each other than governments do.
I want to. You mentioned something, because I think what India really can get ahead is the AI diffusion, and India traditionally faces on non-national security diffusions, like in health. I mean, what India has done with driver's licenses and IDs is just remarkable. So, what areas you guys think have the most promise in this diffusion in India? Agriculture, health. I mean, what are some of the examples you guys are seeing?
The big challenge is India is still a developing economy, very small margins. A lot of people working in languages that are not widely available, but languages that are spoken natively by 20 million, 30 million, 50 million people. And I think one of the real transformative, we're already seeing this, the transformative impact of AI is taking services that previously required a high degree of literacy and a high degree of education, and were only available to people who spoke certain languages, English, Hindi, maybe 5-6 other languages, and now making that accessible to a range. So I mean, I'll give you an example. A farmer who does, from a small farmer who is illiterate can now get like real-time advice based on space data, space-based sensors on what kind of their farming policy should be on a real-time basis, without actually being barely literate, just using a basic smartphone, right? I mean, and this is having a kind of, that's just one example, but you're seeing this in education, healthcare, agriculture, things like that. So that's where it's having a really transformative effect, and that has a political impact too, because we're not talking about AI as some sort of lofty, intangible objective. We in the national security space we see the real-time effects, but for a lot of people it's still a bit removed, right? These are real-time, tangible impacts that it's already having.
Yeah, one of the things is when you look at AI diffusion, you think of something different, which is how do you make money out of AI? It's not just by building a foundational model. That's not a revenue generator. The revenue generation comes when you apply it to a real world problem which has a solution that makes money. Ultimately, diffusion is about making AI into an economic or a commercial success. And you're looking at it, and Dhruva mentioned it in terms of the development part, but you also look at it in terms of your economic sort of development or commercial development. How do you build startups? Where are your new companies coming from? How do they leverage the technology for a problem that is uniquely Indian, which is what we did in the last generation of technology. The new generation of technology needs to have that space as well. He spoke about farmers who can access real-time data. The point is AI is will be used in India for people who do not have access to a laptop, but can access it on their phones. The other thing, and this is how it started, one of the things that started was the judgments, court judgments used to be made in English or Hindi. Court judgments can now be available in all 23 Indian languages, official Indian languages. There are many, many more unofficial Indian languages. That is governance, and that is democracy down to the grassroots. So there are multiple effects of using AI for building a nation, and that's where we are.
So that's a fascinating point, right? So India, of course, is an important technology partner of the United States, but there's a unique Indian context for how these technologies are being used, and India is the voice of the global South, I would say. So how would you like Americans to think about those multiple roles? What would you like to tell Americans listening to this on what that specifically means?
Somebody else, I'm stealing this from someone else, but they put it really well. The United States is very good at building products for the top 1 billion consumers in the world. They're very good at that, right? The leader. The iPhone is, the market leader for the top 15-20%. India can produce for the other 7 billion, right? And if the U.S. wants to compete in that market for the other 7 billion, whether it's in defense, whether it's in AI, whether it's in you name it, in space, and they have to work with. India is the partner that can best scale for the developing world for the other 7 billion. And that, I think, is really where the opportunities lie.
The best part about the US-India partnership is how complementary we are, both as systems in values, in different languages, sure. We don't use the same language, but values, how we look at our systems. We are both very innovative societies, highly opinionated societies, and that works. So there is a complementarity, and as long as we respect the complementarity, I think we can take this forward.
I wanted to ask you one question. When I was last year at your forum in Johnny, which I really liked, there was a lot of debate about if India's future is on open source versus proprietary, given the size, given the societal adoptions that you might need. Where do you guys stand on that right now? I think it has to be both, probably.
Yeah, it has to be both.
Yeah, that's
like where right now that is going.
It's definitely both. You need open source when it comes to much greater diffusion in areas that will impact the bottom of the pyramid or the last billion. You need proprietary technologies, you need proprietary stuff when you are doing national security. and the two will exist side by side. And as we are seeing with the development of AI models that do this adversarial vulnerability stuff that Mythos is doing, you will see a greater interest in proprietary structures, particularly in national security areas.
Dhruva, do you agree?
I think it'll be both. It'll be interesting. I say in addition to national security, there'll be certain other areas where cutting edge innovation, other things like where even in civilian or dual use. So I do think it'll end up being both. I agree.
Yeah.
Indrani, Dhruva, thank you so much for dropping by. Indrani, thanks for coming all the way from
Not
Delhi.
at all, and I hope to see you at the forum.
Oh, definitely. Dhruva, thank you as always. Great partnership we have here with both of you. I'm a big fan of what you guys do.
Thank you.
And how we collectively can advance this relationship. Please enjoy the rest of the day.
Yes.
Let me know what you liked, what you didn't like, and hope to see you soon.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Everything you guys are doing here. I think this is really important.
Thank you.
And you guys are making a big difference.
All right, Martin, we're continuing the conversation with Rev Liberadian from Nvidia. Rev, thank you so much for coming. You and I are going to go on stage right after this, I think. So this is a pre-game conversation.
Yeah, let's warm them up.
Yeah, let's do this. Look, I mean, Jensen has talked about physical AI, and if this is a ChatGPT moment for physical AI. You've been leading NVIDIA's efforts in this space. What do you think where we are?
In order to get to this point, to get to the ChatGPT moment of physical AI, we need to get to the ChatGPT moment of ChatGPT and the ChatGPT moment of agentic AI. These are all prerequisite technologies necessary to build physical AI. Physical AI is not something that's different from digital AI or the LLMs and knowledge kind of work that we've been doing with these AIs. It's an addition to those things. And so I believe the time has come. We now have enough of all of the requisite technologies, and you're seeing the fruits of this. We can connect our digital AI technologies, computing, to the physical world through robotics. And over the past year or two, there's been a massive increase in the amount of investment you're seeing from capital markets, venture capital, in robotics companies and physical AI. I don't think these people are investing, out of pure gambling. They know something's up.
Right.
Let's talk about simulation and physical AI. How are you using simulation in your work? Why is it so important?
The way we like to explain it is by first breaking down the type of computing you need for physical AI, for robotics. Generally speaking, when people think about the computer you have for a robot, you think about the computer that's in the robot. So whether that's a robotaxi, a self-driving car, or a humanoid robot, or whatever, you think about the computer that's kind of controlling it. In many ways, that's kind of the last computer in the chain. Before you can use that computer, you need the software that's going to run on that computer. And that software, the brain of the robot that runs on the robot computer, is produced by an AI factory. You need an AI computer, and that's what NVIDIA is most famous for these days. We're building out these AI factories, these AI data centers. And the way these AI factories work, all AI works today, is we produce AI, we produce the software, these models, by feeding into these AI factories the raw material, which is data, information about what we would like the models to do. For physical AI, AI that's about the physical world, about understanding the physical world, about operating the physical world, that data doesn't readily exist. It's not just sitting on hard disks all over the internet. Unlike ChatGPT and the LLMs, we're at a disadvantage here where we don't have petabytes and petabytes of data we can just download from the internet to go create these brains. And so this is where simulation comes in. The solution to the problem of the lack of data about the physical world is to take the laws of the universe, to take the physical world and represent it inside a computer so that we can construct the same scenarios, the same situations that will occur in the real world, and generate all that data that will feed the AI computer. So there's essentially 3 computers you need to build a physical AI system, to build a robot. You need the robot computer, the computer that's in the robot. You need the AI factory that produces the brain that goes into that computer. And you need the simulation computer, or what we call the omniverse computer, that reproduces the physical world and generates the data we feed into the AI factory that then produces the brain.
Brev, as you know, a lot of people are focused on the form factor. There's a lot of effort going for humanoid robots. Where do you stand on that conversation?
Well, obviously, there will be many form factors. No one form factor is going to be the ideal one for every situation. But robots, just like any other technology, there's always this tension between having hyper-specific products and extremely general products. If you look at computing in general, we started with many devices, computing devices that were specialized: calculators, MP3 players, digital cameras, etc. But eventually, you see form factors like your mobile phone, the one sitting right next to you, exist, which combines all of these things together. It's important that you have a general form factor like this, because in order for there to be enough incentive to make the capital expenditures to go build out these physical things, you need to have a product that has enough market reach so that everybody can justify making that investment. If we have thousands of form factors and all of them are niche, small number of units, it's much harder to collect the capital markets for that. So this is why it's really important to choose one general purpose form factor at this stage of innovation in the physical AI and robotics realm, to gather all of the resources across all of our markets to build one thing that could be widely applicable. Humanoids are particularly interesting because a lot of what we need to do today is automate things that humans are doing in spaces that are built for humans, in factories and warehouses and hospitals and wet labs and so on. So if we want to start automating these things, leverage the physical AI brains that we're building, but give them a body that lets them operate in these same spaces, doing a lot of the dull, dirty, and dangerous tasks that only humans can do today, well, obviously something that's like a human is going to fit in that space and work. And if we can solve the humanoid problem, which is essentially 2 arms, 2 legs that can navigate, fingers, manipulation, that you've almost solved the set of all things that are problematic in robotics. You can reconfigure all those pieces into different form factors that are more specialized. Replace the legs with wheels, add 2 more arms if you need, and so on.
So you're a commissioner on our National Security Commission for Robotics for Advanced Manufacturing. We had 2 phenomenal working group sessions earlier in the week where most of our commissioners were here in Washington to discuss these issues in person. In your estimation, what do you see as the things that the United States needs to do to position itself as a leader in robotics innovation for the future?
Well, I mean, we're very fortunate that we're already starting from a place where we have some natural advantages. the foundational research for advanced robotics is all originating from here. It starts with AI. It starts with building the brain for the robot. Where we need to focus more and quickly get better is in manufacturing. Robotics is all about the physical world. It's about building things in the physical world, doing things in the physical world. And the way to improve and innovate in this sort of space is by iterating, making actual products, learning from each iteration what works well and what doesn't, and continue that learning curve as quickly as possible. This is where, quite frankly, China has an advantage. They have a large manufacturing base. They can go deploy their robots at scale, and they can learn quickly from that and iterate. And so we need to do that quickly here, where the leadership and all the people here at this conference can potentially contribute. If we could collect the known demand that we have from the US government, from our military, for manufacturing, for building things here in the United States, we can collect enough of that to create a demand signal that is aligned. We will unlock incredible amounts of capital, incredible amounts of investment and innovation from the private sector. But in order for the private markets to invest, they need to de-risk the potential large capex investments they need to make. And fortunately, we have it. The US government is the largest customer in the world. We need to purchase trillions and trillions of dollars worth of physical equipment. So all it would take is for us to take some portion of that and align it properly to create these incentives. We can use a model similar to what we've seen with rare earths, with
packed silica type of approach.
That's right, where the government doesn't directly invest in it, but de-risks the investments by ensuring there's offtake that can de-risk it enough so that private markets can participate.
Rev, maybe, I'm sorry, go ahead, Martijn.
No, I was going to say, we had Heather Carroll from Path Robotics on the show yesterday, and their new welding robot, Rove, so they built 50, they sold out like this, and they're working with shipbuilders to collect all this data, right? To improve the models, to improve the overall functioning of the robot. So I think that's a nice example of how we're starting to move in that direction, much like what we're seeing with drones right now, what the Pentagon is doing.
Rep, we have 1 minute left before you and I have to get mic'd for other event. How do we fight the stigma that robots will replace humans in manufacturing and in factories? Because I think that is a big thing we have to go culturally. I don't think they're going to replace them. I think they're going to help them and substitute and assist them. But I think that notion still exists out there, Rev.
Yeah, I think the main thing we need to do is everybody needs to stop with all this crazy doomerism up front. Historically, we've always seen that when a new technology is introduced that increases the productivity, that removes bottlenecks inside our processes, we find new things to do. We actually increase the total amount of work. The only reason to worry, the implicit in the assumption that it will somehow take jobs away, is that the amount of work there is for us to do is finite, and we're already at that limit. Right, but actually the things that we'd like to do are infinitely larger. We can do, there's no reason why we can't produce thousands of times more things in this world, physical things, ideas, and so on. And so we need to communicate this with optimism, saying essentially we've seen this many, many times, both in the physical realm, when we've introduced machines that have helped automate things or improve productivity throughout the Industrial Revolution, but as well as knowledge work with computers, adding software, things like the electronic spreadsheet did away with many jobs where people were physically filling out these spreadsheets beforehand, and it's been okay.
Right. Rev, you and I have to head to another stage. Martin, over to you. Good luck. And I look forward to our conversation, Rev.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Rev.
Like this, but just try to keep it. Okay. Okay, well, Jaap van Detten, CEO of Datenna, welcome to the AI Expo, so glad to have you.
It's great to be back again, Chip.
Yes, you've been with us now for a couple of years, right?
Indeed. I think the first exchange we were here when there was no AI Expo yet, and then since then we've ever come back and back and back. It's a great event.
Well, you guys have been terrific partners, and I'm really excited to talk to you. Datenna has a great platform, a great thesis. I'm a big fan of open source intelligence. I think you guys are at the vanguard of this industry that I think is just exploding. But tell us in your own words, for the audience members who maybe aren't familiar with Datenna, what is it that you see as your mission, and what are the capabilities that you deliver to customers?
Well, our mission really is to bring the crème de la crème when it comes to techno-economic intelligence and a mapping of China's defense industrial base to allied nations, to the IC community, to corporates that need it. And we do it with open source intelligence, OSINT. Now, a lot of people, when they talk about OSINT, they think it's just news feeds. But it's a lot more intricate than that. You really have to find the details connected together. People don't like to have a stream of information. They like to have structure. That's what we do. Structure to China's defense industrial base.
And you have personal background. You've served in China. You were in your diplomatic corps. Tell us a little bit about your background.
Yes, I was a science and technology attaché posted in China. I think 3 times consecutively. In my
that must be a record.
Yeah. It was. Often they tried should we find someone else? Well, this guy he knows a lot about nuclear technology, about semiconductors, big data. Let's keep him there.
You were trapped.
I was trapped, yes. I worked at the embassy in Beijing for a long time, and later on the Shanghai consulate as well. I think my mileage across China was staggering, but that also led me to actually start the company, because I come from Europe. You might hear it from my accent. And if you look at it, China is bigger than Europe. So you're asking an attaché to keep track of China, maybe with a few colleagues, but that's just impossible. So I wanted to build a software company that systematically tracks corporate structures, procurement records, funding, and all the seams in between. So that's what Datenna is.
So, I have an analog to your story. I spent 30 years at CIA, and we had oodles of people whose job it was to study places like China, doing techno-economic intelligence, and we were failing because we didn't understand the power of the digital economy and what was happening in the OSINT world. So let's take this from the theoretical, and I know you've got a case study that you want to present, and can you give us the story of Hurricane 3000 and Norinco?
Yes, so Hurricane 3000, it was shown by Norinco at the Zhuhai Air Show in 2024. And people were like, what is it? Is it real? How good is it? So we started to look into Norinco's...
And Norinco is the
Yes.
China North Industrial Corporation, right? It's one of the PLA's big suppliers.
Yes. good for the next round. So like sometimes I'm so dug into like all the abbreviation, etc., that I forget people might not know that, but like it's a huge defense prime, like the biggest defense prime in China. It can't get closer to the PLA. So these guys, they have their data pretty much like locked up. There's a few things. We do have, I think, 10,000 procurement records of them, but maybe 6 were about these high-powered microwave cannon systems that Hurricane 3000 is. So it's used to shoot down drone swarms.
Wow.
It's
a microwave cannon to take down drones.
Yes,
all right.
yes. So the data around Norinco is for good reasons, like pretty classified. Without hacking their systems, it's not OSINT. You can't get the data.
Yep.
So, but if you look at the ecosystem, the breadcrumbs around it, you could see that 20 years ago, and I'm going to talk a little bit technologically here. I am a science technology attaché in my core.
That's all right.
There's a klystron system, which is like the core part of the microwave cannon that you need to the vacuum tube. Funded 20 years ago as still academic research at that time. So 20 years ago, China started to investigate this. So that's one part. Then you see Norinco's subsidiaries. That's what we map. Like you see them doing some procurement as well, filing patents, and you start to see a picture of what the capabilities are, what the stuff is that they are developing. Still, Norinco needs 0 patents on this technology. But you see the university that I was just talking about 20 years ago, they are supplying the same PLA unit as Norinco does. And then you see all little threads coming together, and that's a structure that I talked about that real OSINT, when it's like IC grade OSINT needs.
Wow, fantastic. And now you're doing this across, you said the techno-economic landscape, so all sorts of technologies, right?
Yes, anything from the progress of AI, quantum, drones, anti-drones, any kind of technology, and we've mapped our data all to the 18 critical technologies that the White House set out several years ago, so that, again, like government people know how our data is structured and that they can use it for their use case.
And you're able to work in the vernacular, so you're taking down Chinese records written in Mandarin, able to process that at scale?
Yeah, on that part I can't go too much into detail. I don't know who's listening. Well, actually I do know who's listening. So yeah, this is really, I would say, like complex to do on a large scale, but primarily also with full data reasoning lineage. And not just data lineage. It's not just where the data is coming from, but also how does the data go through your entire pipeline, so that your current chip at a certain agency would know, is this right or wrong, what I'm acting on?
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. And I can see how an intelligence service would love to have this capability. But let's talk about your corporate customers. How are they using it?
Well, for good reason, of course. The world is doing more due diligence, legal framework on companies. Companies are selling in and out of China, and often there's that's really good to do. There is it's what is it, like 10% of the world GDP, but there's a couple of thousand Chinese entities that are blacklisted, but there's 500,000 companies supplying the PLA. Yeah. So you want to be sure you're not stepping on a landmine when doing business with China. You might want to work with a company that supplies wheelchairs to a PLA hospital. In peacetime, at least, you would feel that's okay. But if you're supplying advanced materials to a rocket manufacturer, not so much.
Okay. Let's end it by sort of pushing back from the table. You've been here for a couple of years. You've been working with U.S. government and intelligence services for a while. What is your appreciation for how receptive they are to the solutions that Datenna provides?
I've seen it progress over the years. So the first time that we had a booth here, OSINT was still almost like a dirty word. Like there were a few enthusiasts.
What do you mean?
Yeah, there were a few enthusiasts, and then you have to find them and work with that. But over the years, I think each year it has progressed, and now I think it's OSINT first is really on top of minds of people. I've talked just with you about the high power microwave cannon. If I tell people now, like, hey, this is not something of history, I can pull out my phone.
Oh, you're kidding. You can do it live?
Yeah, like, again, like for a reason, I'm not going to show it to you here, but I can see the records coming in and China planning for test bedding. What is it again here? Protected ICs to see how good their weapon systems are working against those. So there's either China's protecting their own ICs or they're trying to figure out US ICs, and not intelligence community, but the chips ICs, I mean. Can we shoot them down?
That's amazing. I mean, this is something that would take weeks, if not months, for us to try to accomplish back in the old days when we were, doing things with pencil and paper.
Yes, yes.
What an incredible capability. Listen, I really appreciate you coming on to the live show with us today. Enjoy the expo. Can't wait. You're going to be on a panel with me here in about half an hour.
Correct.
So encourage people who are here at the expo floor to come and check us out. We're going to be right over there, I think, on Central Stage. And thank you.
Thank you,
Great to have you up.
Yes.
Take care.
In how we worked a project like this. I like to sort of use an anecdote to kind of prove the value of moving fast and the ability to move fast when you work together. Back in 2020, we were working this project primarily with the Navy, looking at the vessels of opportunity. And I would say at that point, at best, the Army was flight following what we were doing. We're sharing all of the data with our Army partners, but they did not have a program of record. They weren't working specifically on this system. It wasn't really until the 2021 timeframe where they looked, hey, we have a requirement that we need to go out and support this, the combatant commands. We think this can meet that requirement. Let's move quickly to try to field this. And we went from that point in a 2021 timeframe. And if you recall, just a year or two ago, there were the stories of the Army deploying missile system into the Philippines. This is it. That is an example of how quickly a service can move from, like I said, flight following to fielding in a time frame that's just not really typical in today's deployment. So I want to bring out and unpack a couple of themes there. One is that speed to delivery. I think that's something we have lost over the years. If you go back not just to where we are in 300 or where we are today in 250 years as a country, roll the clock back 100 years or so, and maybe a little bit more, as we get into, say, the time frame of World War II, where we were fielding capability at a blistering rate when you really think of it, especially compared to today. And then as systems became more complex over the years, what happened? We slowed down into that delivery. This is an area where I think where AI provides an opportunity for us to manage the complexity of those systems in ways that we haven't done before, to be able to deliver at a faster speed. And so while I point to Hurt Locker as a good example of moving fast, we need to do this across a vast array of weapon systems, not just in single cases or point examples here or there in how we move quickly. The other thing that I'll say is, you don't have to be perfect in how we do this. The system certainly has some of its drawbacks. Those are things we learn by fielding, cycling and improving and moving faster, not designing the perfect system and trying to transition it to our partners. All right, the last one that I will touch on, I alluded to this earlier, the project I can talk about the most, if you have questions, on the nuclear power side. So Pele, what is SCO doing here? What's the problem? Operational energy is key to the Department of War. It's also important, from civilian uses. If I would argue the hardest part of this project, it's not the technical side. There's challenges there. Designing a first-of-a-kind nuclear reactor, not easy, and we've learned quite a bit in doing that. But it also gets to that policies, authorities, the certification, knocking down those barriers and sharing that information across the, I'll say, the entire US government industrial base has been key. Earlier we heard from the NASA administrator talked about nuclear power and the importance there. This is a case where SCO is working hand in hand with NASA developing some of the fuel sources earlier in the project. Another example of that teamwork working together. How do we prove that efficacy of what we're doing? This is one of the areas where I actually removed some of the classification barriers so that we could share more broadly with industry, so that we can all reap those lessons learned and move forward more quickly. So I know just a short period of time to share kind of who we are, how we work, and used a few examples there. Like I said, I wanted to take a few questions, so happy to do so in the last couple of minutes remaining. So if anybody has any questions, please, we have some folks with the mics. There's a question over here. Oh, we've got a microphone coming around.
Hi, I'm Sidney Friedberg from BreakingDefense.com. Thanks for doing this. As you say, it's rare for SCO to talk in public. There was a big flurry about, novel things on B-52s when Will Roper was launching it back in the day. And the things you've mentioned here, the Pele, the hypervelocity projectile interceptor, the containerized missiles, obviously all of those have been in the works for a few years now. The missiles you said are, I guess, the containerization is, manifested in the Army Typhoon and medium range capability that's been deployed. You said, how close are things like hypervelocity projectile and Pele to a similar kind of operational deployment, or at least a field test with deployable, with operational forces?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think it really does vary with the capability and also how things evolve or change over time. So I don't want to stand up, and also with some sensitivity, like I said, to when we'll actually deploy or to a certain scale. So I won't be specific in that answer. It does vary. I do see Pele more as opening the door for not just a Pele system, but how we actually move forward with advanced reactors in this country. Think of it more of a pathfinder for multiple systems, not just one. On hypervelocity gun weapon system, it's continuing to evolve, and I'll say actually being fielded in different components or in different types of applications for a capability like that. It will span over the years and look different is the most likely outcome, I would say, to answer that question. There was one behind, just real quick. Well,
thank you, John Harper with Defense Scoop. Among the portfolios and focus areas that you laid out, are there any that are kind of the top priorities, or do you view them equally?
That's kind of like asking, who's your favorite kid, and oh no, I love them all. It actually does vary, and to some extent, those are large portfolios. So it's really hard to say that there is one that is a priority, but it comes back to what I described earlier. Even within those projects, the portfolios, the way we select the project is not SCO thinking, hey, this is what I want to go do. We go talk to what do the combatant commands need. So the prioritization to some extent occurs when we even select those, but even within the priority, it's hard to answer that question because it's not just one project or one portfolio, it's how they all work together that really matters. But one of the things that we also do though is assess, hey, 3 years ago, this looked like it was going to solve a problem. Again, the adversary has a vote. Maybe things have changed. So there is a dynamic and a flexible aspect to how we're constantly changing, evolving. Now, what we also try to do is not chase the shiny object, and things are always going to look better on PowerPoint than they do when we prototype it. So I would say it constantly evolves and change. I mean, even something like Pele, when we were originally producing it, we were thinking of, hey, how might this power say large radars or other military systems. Data centers really weren't on the mind to the degree in, say, 2019 and 2020. That conversation has changed and evolved, since then. So even then, the priorities will shift and evolve. We have to continue to adapt along with those, is how we try to do that. I have a question back there.
Thank you so much. So I'm hoping you can, this is the AI Plus conference, and I'm Martin Bax from Inside AI Policy. Can you talk a little bit about how these weapon systems receive inputs from ISTAR systems, and focus a little bit on the interoperability aspect that you mentioned, what would you like to see from your AI vendors that you maybe don't have now in terms of that interoperability? Just help us understand how it all works together, or should.
No, that's a great question. When it comes to interoperability, I think there's really a couple ways to look at it. And I could have mentioned this before too. Some of the things that you see that we're developing now are still going to be fielded 50 years from now. Look at the B-52 bomber, for example. I mean, there are legacy, equipment that will still be in the fleet, some of the large capital investments we make. So getting to the point of interoperability and how AI can help, I think it's going to be a combination of how do I also connect with legacy systems or things that we have with how we're developing new standards, new ways of doing business. I think it goes beyond just connecting sensor data to track something, to be able to target, to do the command and control or the assessment side to it. Where we really have to get to is, how does that get further into the chain? How do I tie in better to logistics? Where is the power coming from to support all of these systems? How do I have the right people in the right place to be able to execute or affect it? So I think where AI can help the human side is that becomes a very complex problem very fast. How does that simplify it so the human can live on the loop and make those kind of decisions to tie all of these domains together so that we actually get the capabilities to the warfighter? So. Unfortunately, out of my time right now, but I did want to say thank you very much. And if I could leave just one final remark, all the change when we talk about AI, the one thing I think that will remain constant going forward, besides the need for partnership and teamwork, is that I think the human is still going to be the most important aspect, whether it's part of any organization and everything else that we do. So that's why I appreciate everybody coming together, and this is just another case where we're bringing everybody together to help solve problems, and appreciate the opportunity to talk here today. Thank you.
Up next, we are honored to welcome Major General Joseph Kunkel, Military Deputy Director of the Defense Innovation Unit with Bajraktari, Vice President of Policy for SCSP, to discuss the Drone Dominance Program.
It's such an honor to be joined on stage by Major General Joe Kunkel, who recently took over as the military deputy at DIU. DIU has been an essential partner to SCSP and the exchange and this forum from the start. We've had the privilege of welcoming your predecessor, sir, so thank you for taking the time, first of all, to be with us. Thanks for stepping up again and taking this new role. Obviously, you have a long and distinguished career in the Air Force, over 27,000 flight hours, I think, F-15 pilot, F-22 pilot, also led at the strategic level at the Pentagon, so can't think of a better person to take on this role with the credibility you bring to the job to take DIU and U.S. drone dominance to where it needs to be. So thanks again for joining.
Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure.
Okay. As we were talking backstage, sir, last year when this forum met in June, we did the first drone competition of U.S. service members, first indoor drone competition in the nation's capital. And this was in June. There was no executive order yet from the White House on drones. The drone dominance program was not yet established. The replicator was in place, making its own way to fruition. And it's just, I think, incredible to see where we are now with how far we've come, and recognizing that there's still a long way to go. But I was curious to see kind of like your perspective on this journey, and particularly on the drone dominance program.
Yeah, I would also say there was no money associated with it either. And I think when you reflect back to a year ago,
Ready. We are live at the AI Plus Expo. We are back on the PTB stage. We just gave you a little glimpse of our exchange stage, and now I'm delighted to welcome Raj Panjabi, who is a former senior director at the White House in the National Security Council. Raj, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Good to be here.
So you were just on stage At the AI Plus Expo, tell us, you talked to us about polyintelligence. Can you break that down for our audience?
Sure. Polyintelligence, we defined at Flagship Pioneering, where I'm also senior partner now. This is a venture creation firm that's invented and built over 100 life science and technology companies over the last 20 plus years, including Moderna, a vaccine company. We define polyintelligence as the mix and combination of human intelligence, which we all know because we have it, artificial or machine intelligence, which is in the news all the time and we're interfacing with it, paired with nature's intelligence. When we think about nature's intelligence, and we reflect on it, we can imagine how intelligent and how much wisdom nature has. The argument I was making on stage is if you think about harnessing nature's intelligence, human intelligence, and machine intelligence, we can create more scientific breakthroughs, better medicines, for instance. We can create more breakthroughs in energy, the ability to have clean energy and critical minerals, things that can make everyday life better. That was the argument I was making on stage, and why the idea of polyintelligence, which, I mean, look, we've been, as I mentioned, building companies, inventing new science for many years. We've never seen a moment quite like this, where you can harness polyintelligence, human, man-made, and nature's intelligence to create unprecedented innovations that make a difference in our lives.
I love to hear the combination of those three different types of intelligence coming together to create these breakthroughs in science. At Flagship, you're working on preemptive medicine, and a lot of people, they typically hear predictive analytics, predicting, disease early on. Can you explain a little bit and touch on preemptive medicine for us and what you're doing?
Sure. So I'm a physician, and what I always saw, whether it was with loved ones or patients, is that if you fell sick with cancer, or you had a loved one who developed dementia, or someone who's developed heart disease or stroke, it's great to be able to have a treatment for that person. And no doubt there's advances because of polyintelligence that are being made today that couldn't be made before. I gave an example on stage about Generate Biomedicines, one of the companies out of our labs that has just put a drug in phase 3 clinical trials that was designed by AI to treat patients with severe asthma. So that is important and significant, to treat disease when it happens. Well, what if, in this moment of polyintelligence, we could stop disease before it starts? That is the focus of preemptive health and medicine, and it turns out we can predict, detect, and preempt disease, cancer, dementia, heart disease, in ways I couldn't have imagined when I was coming through medical school.
So what does preemptive health actually look like in practice? Like, how close are we from moving from reactive medicine to predictive and preventative medicine at scale?
Well, we're in phase 1 of it, I would say, at the moment, in terms of how close are we to getting to a world where we can shift from reactive healthcare to proactive healthcare that helps us prevent getting sick in the first place. What are some examples of that? Let me give you one just from the last few days. One of our companies is working on early stage cancer screening. A company called Harbinger Health. Harbinger Health is making possible cancer screening and testing for 17 different cancers: pancreatic cancer, stomach cancer, head and neck cancers, but making it affordable and simple as a blood test is today for cholesterol testing. Imagine what cholesterol blood testing did to help ensure people realize they might have a risk factor for a heart attack, get on a cholesterol medicine, or take some lifestyle changes to improve their diet or exercise. How many heart attacks that's prevented? Many, many heart attacks over many, many years. What if we could prevent many, many cancers over the next many years. That is what Harbinger Health's mission is. And they're only able to do that, Martin, because they are bringing the best in biological sciences. How do we understand how cancer grows in the body? Leveraging insights from placental biology, how the baby grows in the uterus. Pairing that with computational sciences, artificial intelligence to be able to study how to make a better test. And so that is just one example, Harbinger Health, of how we could use this idea of polyintelligence to stop disease before it starts. One of the most important, significant killers of people here and around the world, cancer.
How are you leveraging artificial intelligence to find what I would call the fingerprints of a disease, like years before you actually start seeing symptoms in a person?
So a great example, I'll give you another example, is in the case of fatty liver disease, which is known as, in the medical community, as MASH or MASLD. This is a disease that's growing in prevalence. A lot of individuals in this country have diabetes and heart disease. If you have either of those, you're at risk for fatty liver disease. Most people don't know they have it. Most people don't know they have it because they don't have symptoms of the disease. You only develop symptoms of fatty liver disease and its consequences when you're getting closer to later stage disease, when your liver becomes cirrhotic, when your liver fails, when your eyes turn yellow or your blood tests show that you have inflammation in your liver. We have medicines for that now, but often people get too sick before ever getting on those medicines. What AI allows us to do, Martin, is to detect people who have silent versions of those diseases, meaning they don't have symptoms, pain, or suffering. And there's a company called Etiome, E-T-I-O-M-E, that we've developed that's using AI as a tool for developing novel drugs earlier in that disease so that people never have an expensive, unnecessary hospital stay, never develop liver failure or cirrhosis, but also helping people who may be able to take lifestyle changes, to get on better nutrition, for instance, to never have that disease progression in the first place. And AI is making it possible to see the fingerprints of what we call in medicine subclinical disease, meaning the patient doesn't feel pain or symptoms. You can take simple data in the electronic health record that you and I have today, and an AI algorithm can identify 5 to 6 times as many patients in a physician's clinic than otherwise would have been identified with our own eyes and current lab tests. So that's significant when you think about the suffering that can be prevented for any individual in our families, because they never had to develop liver failure in that case. But also when you think about it at mass scale, we have an affordability crisis in the United States, around the world, that isn't just a health crisis. It is an economic crisis because as healthcare costs rise as a share of our expenditure, it means there's less money to spend on other things we need, like roads and schools and national security. We are hearing cross-ideological alignment, whatever side of the aisle you're on, to cut costs in healthcare. But no one's arguing to cut care. We want to cut costs but not cut care. How do we cut costs without cutting care? The only time I've ever seen that done as a doctor is when we get ahead of disease. The good news is we have the technologies to do that, of course, if we invest and take it seriously.
Absolutely. Incredible. Raj, thank you so much for being with us here today at the AI Plus Expo.
It's great to be with you both.
It's a real privilege to have you here. Thank you.
Welcome back to the PTB. I'm Jenny Kiefsinger, and I'm here with Miriam Vogel. Miriam Vogel is the author of the book, Governing the Machine. She's also president and CEO of Equal AI, which focuses on AI governance and adoption across various sectors. And she's a former chair of the NIAC, which was a government advisory committee that provided advice to the USG on how to implement AI procedures. So I'm very honored to have Miriam join me here today.
It's so great to join you, Jenny.
Thank you. Welcome back to Expo. You've been a feature here. You've had 2 different sessions already. I just had the opportunity to listen to your book talk on governing the machine, and I'd love to know what's one key takeaway you would love our audience here to know about the key themes in your book?
First of all, I'm so grateful for you to host these conversations, mine and all the others happening here. There's really not another forum like it, and it's such an important service. So I have to start by thanking you. I know this has been a labor of love for several years. It's amazing to see how this has grown to such a consequential convening. And the part that I wanted people to take away from our conversation today that hopefully you heard is that they have agency. I think there's a predominant feeling of fear amongst the average consumer across the country. Study after study show that people are increasingly more afraid than excited about AI, and that makes sense. We haven't told them a way to own it, to use it, to how to make sure that it serves them and not the other way around. And so our message today with the book talk is there are best practices, there are ways to do it safely and effectively, and the more we're all aligned on what those look like, the better off we all are.
You talked a little bit about adoption across different segments of the US population. How do you think we increase adoption, particularly in those in economic categories or younger or older age groups rather, to ensure that everyone really understands what AI means for our nation and our future?
Thank you for that question. It is an increasing concern. And the predominant message that you must adopt AI is not going to work. We see that in the data. There's a gender gap, an age gap, as you say. Over 30 is, the higher over 30 you are, the less likely you are to be using and understanding AI. We have an education and a wealth gap, a regional gap. The middle of the country is much more fearful, much less prone to be using AI than on the coasts. This all makes sense because we're not having an honest conversation. We're not listening. People have fears, and we have to understand those fears are valid. In the book, we have 9 categories of risk to capture what those fears are that are keeping people from using AI. Until we address their fears, they will not use it, and they should not be using it. We have to be explaining to them why they're how we are addressing those fears. If their concern is privacy, that is a very valid concern. We don't want to be overlooking their privacy concerns. So if you're a company who wants them as your consumer, if you're an employer that wants your employees using AI, you need to be talking about how you're addressing privacy concerns, cognitive decline, the workforce displacement. These are all fears that people very validly feel that are keeping them from the adoption. And so the more we have an honest conversation about how we're mitigating those risks, the more we'll get the adoption that is earned.
Not just with the everyday consumer, but with companies. How do we ensure that companies have AI governance procedures? This is something you talked about yesterday in your session that Equal AI hosted. What do you think companies should be doing to ensure proper AI governance?
The good news is, with all the companies I've worked with across the globe, there are best practices. So we put them in the book, Governing the Machine. We have playbooks that we put out at Equal AI to share the high-level findings so that people understand. The most important thing is that companies and the general public know that organizations understand that there are best practices. There are ways to build this trust and to build the infrastructure within their organization to ensure that they are building and deploying safely and that they're earning the trust of their employees and the general public.
When you talk about companies, you have this chapter in your book called Whose Problem Is It Anyway? So who Whose problem is it in companies? And, does it belong to the lawyers? So we're both lawyers by background. I hope we get some help in this. Or does it belong solely to the developers? Or do you think it's more a multidisciplinary action?
It's a great question, and it's a good news, bad news answer. Whose problem is this? The answer is all of us. And the good news is that means we all have a critical role to play. If a company assigns one division to identify the answers in the framework, it just will not work. You have to make sure that you're listening across enterprise. How are you actually using AI in HR? Making sure your lawyers are brought in, not at the end to solve the problem, but early on when you're envisioning how you're going to be designing and deploying your AI use. You need to be thinking about your employees, your consumers. There is an important role, and the more that you are in bringing in this multi-stakeholder perspective, the more effective your governance is going to be.
I've heard you mention that good AI governance is actually good for business and can actually accelerate companies. Explain that a little more to me.
Yeah, it's this interesting phenomenon where people think of governance as a bad word, bureaucracy, this impediment to innovation. What we need people to understand, and what the data show clearly, is that governance is the unlock for innovation. Governance is the way that you're building trust. At the end of the day, governance is rules, standards, and norms that you're addressing across your organization, that either the government is clear on what their role is and what their expectations are, that every company for themselves is establishing what their go and no-go rules are, and that there's a general understanding in the public of how AI is and will not be used. And the more there's alignment on that, the safer we are. I mean, the first step everyone should take today is visibility. Very few companies have understood how they are using AI. You cannot manage what you can't see. You have to survey the use in your organization, your company, in your home. At that point, you can then realistically look at how you're using AI, and that's the key in how you get to the ROI. You can see this tremendous investment across the globe in AI systems. You're not seeing the return on investment for most of those companies. Where you are seeing the return on investment is for those who have been clear in building a governance infrastructure. It's a trust building mechanism. Think of all other innovations, think of airplanes, think of cars. People would not entrust themselves and their loved ones to get in a car if they didn't understand there was an odometer, brakes, safety features that they could trust so that they can unlock the power of these tools.
Absolutely, and government has played a role in that. You've worked in government, you've advised government. How do you think government and industry and academia and nonprofits like yours can work together to help push AI governance forward?
I think it's a key partnership. I think the benefit of AI is something we currently think of as a disadvantage. We call AI a disruptor. It actually can be a disruptor for good if we get this right. And it gets back to that very key role of the multi-stakeholder perspective. Generally, you and I work together across a multi-stakeholder organization with NIAC, with the National AI Advisory Committee, which was purposefully designed with industry, academia, and civil society to take on this hard work of answering questions where you can get buy-in from the various perspectives. It's harder to do, but when you do, it's meaningful. People feel heard and seen, and you can better account for all the different use cases that will come up in your AI use.
Miriam, thank you so much for our conversation today. I'm really happy you were able to join us on the PTB and here at Expo.
Thanks so much for having me.
Oh my God.
Welcome back. My name is Angela. I am an AI engineer here at Special Competitive Studies Project. I am joined with my colleague, Veysat Zerza.
Everyone.
We have a very special segment for you prepared today. We are joined by two special people, Nadir and Carter. They go way back. They were just telling us how they met when Nadir was 12 and Carter was
I was 7, yeah.
7. They go way back, and they started with their YC startup called Brev, which Nvidia, one of the biggest chip companies, acquired it 2 years ago. Basically, it's one of the easiest way for developers to spin GPUs and start building with AI. Welcome, guys.
Hey,
so glad to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Of course. So my first question is, Brev started as a YC startup, and now it's acquired by Nvidia. How would you describe what Brev does now with all the Nvidia resources versus day one? What's the big difference?
Yeah, I mean, Brev's goal is just to make it really easy for developers. Oh, closer. Brev's goal is just to make it really easy for developers to use NVIDIA's GPUs. And that was the first way that we started. We connected a bunch of clouds, whether it was larger clouds or kind of the new emerging neo clouds. And then once the developer got a GPU, we started to see what it is that they wanted to do. And a lot of that was run some of the latest software. Maybe it's fine-tuned with the new models. Maybe it's run NemoClaw now. And so it evolved into being a one-click deploy for any of the software. So we can essentially take the software that a developer wants to run, tie it to the GPU that needs to deploy for it, find that GPU from a cloud, and then through one click, you can kind of run the whole thing.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so I saw like you guys' whole pitch in the beginning when you implement the Brev was spin a GPU in a second. What do you think is going to be like the next improvement when it comes to like developers' experience after that? Like what is still taking too long for developers?
I think we're now entering an era where people who are non-technical are able to consume a lot of the products that previously you had to, probably take many years, for example, to study to be able to do AI research. And so I think that the next improvement, not just for Brev, but broadly for tooling, is making sure that agents, Codex, Claude Code, the open source ones as well, Open Code Pi, are able to consume the software so that you as a human are using natural language, but then the software that it decides to use can be very technical, it can be non-technical, doesn't matter, because you as the human are just using natural language. So agent experience, I think, is going to be the next improvement for a lot of software.
Yeah, it's funny, we spent so much time making software really good for humans, and in a lot of ways it's very cumbersome for agents or for a chat GPT to use. And so we're starting to see people use their agents to deploy the GPUs rather than themselves directly. And so it's a growing audience that we need to go after. But something really interesting is how much it's really hard to figure out how to build a good experience today, because we've blended the line between what it means to be technical. Almost like even non-technical people are trying to run NemoClaw. Right. And that means that non-technical people are deploying GPUs. And I think we almost have to get out of our heads, because when we had Bring Your Child to Work Day, a bunch of kids came to NVIDIA, and I took a handful of them and taught them how to code, using all the vibe coding tools. Yeah. And what was really funny to me was how they were not intimidated when placed in front of a terminal the way that we are.
Right.
Because we have these priors of, I was supposed to be intimidated by this. Yep. But kids have no priors.
iPad kids too.
Yeah. By the way, they did this all on their iPads.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And then OpenAI just launched Codex, and we've seen that non-engineers, to your point, are shipping real products for the first time. You both work with developers every day. Are you seeing this play out, and does it change how NVIDIA who needs NVIDIA to build for?
Yeah, I mean, so Codex actually has been out for a little while, but they refreshed the app, and of course they released their new model, ChatGPT 5.5 or GPT 5.5, and the harness, Codex, and the model have gotten so good, and that we have actually been building a bunch of CLIs, command line interfaces, for a bunch of the business suite tools. And then when you give a harness and a model access to these tools, things like an Outlook CLI, a Google Drive CLI, a PowerPoint CLI, a Salesforce CLI, then the people who are non-technical are able to do a lot more of their work and are able to up-level their own productivity, whether they're building, what we call ephemeral software. It might be a dashboard to visualize data just for themselves. It might be useful for one presentation and then never used again, or actually more durable things, like the PR team is building out their workflows and they're able to do reviews at a speed that they've never been able to do before because they're using these agentic tools to up-level their productivity by connecting it actually into their own business system. So whether they're building products for, I don't think, while non-technical people absolutely could build products, it's important to note that the function of these tools is not just to build software. Like, you're actually able to bring it into your own workflows, and that's what we're really seeing at NVIDIA.
And think about how silly this is. Like, we've moved away from terminals as an interface, right? We have these really nice user interfaces, you have mobile apps, and that's the way that people use, for example, email. But we went and put an email interface inside of terminal. So you're in the terminal, and that's like the worst way to do your emails, but it's really great for a large language model.
Yeah.
Right? It's an interface that it can actually explore because it can prod around through just a text interface. And so it's been really fun seeing essentially non-technical people at the company be able to use Codex to just churn through their inbox, write all these docs, automate a lot of the busy tasks, which has been, great.
It's amazing. One last question. I'm told that we don't have a lot of time, which is unfortunate because I'm having a blast here. If one AI capability, if you guys think about one AI capability that it will feel obvious 2 years from now, but it feels impossible right now, what would you say that would be?
It's really hard to build these terminal interfaces still, and we're actually we have to essentially work really closely with the application layer in order to get those in. I think what's going to be obvious is using a tool like Codex or Claude Code or Open Code as like a primary interface, and it's going to be able to do it's going to be able to move between all of the applications that I currently move between, and kind of figuring out how to do that using more than just the one agent, but many. I think that's the piece that's going to get really figured out.
Harder?
I would say that it's not necessarily the capabilities of AI, which I think are already incredible. I think that we're still in the very early innings of the majority of people actually being able to leverage the current capabilities of these tools. And I think that we'll see a lot more people feel a lot more comfortable talking to their computer in natural language to do a lot of the work. I use a tool like WhisperFlow, and I'm literally speaking how I'm speaking to you all, and that's how I get a lot of my work done. And so I think, for example, the phone booths at NVIDIA are busier than ever because people are in there talking to their agents, and I think that we're going to see that as a more common way that people will start to work. And so we'll be less time in front of a screen and more time talking to each other and talking to our agents.
Yeah, when an application breaks, people are so used to just raising their hands.
Right.
You just have to ask them, tell the agent to fix it. Right? And it'll, you just got to get used to interacting with it that way.
Yeah. Carter, Nadir, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being at President's Tech Brief. We would love to have a longer segment, but we have to blow. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
That's quite a setup.
All right, thank you very much for joining me. It is my great pleasure to be joined today by Andrew Holland, who is CEO of the Fusion Industry Association. So Andrew, for those of you who don't know, can you give us just a quick introduction to what fusion energy is and the Fusion Industry Association's role in it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, Caleb, thanks for having me. Thanks to SCSP for just a great show, bringing the whole community here together. So the Fusion Industry Association, we are the unified voice for the private fusion industry. That means we have 45 member companies, all of whom are commercializing fusion energy. Now, the first part of your question, though, is what is fusion energy, which is a good question. It is at its base a nuclear technology, but the opposite of nuclear fission, which is what is most of our nuclear power today. Fusion energy is combining light atoms at extreme temperatures or pressures and then releasing huge amounts of energy. Honestly, it's the thing that's going to enable everything else around here. All of the AI, all of the data center built out over the next decade plus is going to have to be supported by fusion.
So, since we're here at the AI Plus Expo, let's talk about the intersection of fusion and AI, which you already started to touch on.
Yeah.
And so, there's both AI for fusion and fusion for AI.
Yeah.
What makes fusion such a good candidate for AI data centers?
Yeah.
And then, also, the second question, which we can get to later,
Yeah.
is what is AI going to do? What is it currently doing for fusion energy?
Yeah, well, we'll start with the data center need, which everybody in the energy world, I think, was quite shocked a couple of years ago when electricity demand in the United States suddenly started going up and then going up significantly because US electricity demand had been really flat since 2006, but then it starts going up because of data centers. And then the projections going out are even more and more. Fusion is the thing that enables you to scale. It enables you to separate the environmental impact of energy, the economic impact of energy from the build out of this. It's a big political issue of driving up electricity prices, affordability costs, all that sort of stuff. Fusion enables you to scale this up and grow as the demand grows. Now we just have to do the work to get fusion onto the grid. And then your second question, how does AI support fusion? There's a couple of things. One is you can use AI to really help you design and build the fusion power plant itself. There's lots of things you have to optimize for. So you use a lot of compute power. To be able to use the AI to help you optimize that, select the right precise design, whether you're doing a stellarator, a tokamak, even an inertial fusion, all of the way of designing it's really important. And then you can use AI to actually control the plasma, which is really valuable to be able to predict any instabilities, to be able to make sure that your fusion machine can operate safely and consistently. To have that plasma control that's done by an automated software AI instead of by human control is really valuable.
Yeah. So I mean, we do a lot of current events on the PTB.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Iran. I think Iran right now is kind of showing us some of the vulnerability of our current energy system.
Yeah.
Where we have to import or at least rely on a global network of something that we continually burn.
Yeah.
So let's talk about fusion. Is this something that would liberate us from that, or are we still going to be reliant on foreign imports?
No, the great thing about fusion is it finally and totally separates energy production from geography. It's no longer going to be the case that your energy comes from something that you pull out of the ground or it comes from the weather, the sun, or the wind, or something like that, so geographically determined. It's going to be something that you manufacture. So you put it on a manufacturing line, and by doing that, you can drive down costs and really separate this out. You won't have to have these choke points or these, unstable dictatorships that control pipelines or choke points. We were reminded of this in 2022 when Putin invaded Ukraine, and now we're reminded again with the Strait of Hormuz closed that energy security is a national security issue. Fusion is the thing that finally solves that problem, and that's honestly the reason I got involved in this and why I'm so excited about it.
Yeah. But there is still going to be a supply chain, right?
Of course.
So where are we with that?
Well, a supply chain that is primarily manufactured parts. And so that's the big difference. It's a manufacturing supply chain, more like an auto industry supply chain or the aerospace industry than it is like the battery supply chain or something that's a mined industry. We have to build a supply chain that is onshored and friendshored. And we have to make sure that these are able to be built from parts, components that are available around there. So we got to do a lot of work on this. One thing I want to highlight with the FIA is that we're going to be hosting the first Fusion trade show next month. For the first time, we'll have all of the suppliers, or a lot of the suppliers in the same room. A lot of the buyers will be able to get there, kind of like this, not at this scale yet, but everybody to be able to come together, talk about this. We're doing it out in Santa Fe, New Mexico in June. We've sold out all the booths, but we've still got room available for people to come. So, come and join us.
That's very, very exciting, Andrew. Thank you. So, what are we looking for in the next year or so?
Yeah.
Like what's going to be changing quite soon?
Well, a couple of things are happening. Multiple companies right now are building their proof of concept machine. So Commonwealth Fusion's machine is up in Devens, Massachusetts. They're building Spark that will be their break-even machine, the Kitty Hawk moment. We've done it at the National Ignition Facility, but this will be a commercially viable approach. We've also got Helion Energy out in Washington State, and we've got a number of others coming soon after that. So we've got multiple shots on goal coming. These are going to be headline events that show that fusion can be done in a commercially viable sense in the next, we'll have some real understanding in the next couple of years that this is going to work.
Okay, really exciting. So my last question for you with the last 2 minutes or so that we've got, what are your big asks? What do you wish that the government could do for fusion? What are you seeing other countries doing that you wish we would do?
Yeah.
What do we need?
I mean, honestly, what we need is to get serious. To get serious about fusion is to start treating fusion like other emerging technologies and other emerging energy technologies. So we have an ask to Congress, to the government, to put $10 billion into this. About half of that will be in public-private partnerships to deploy power plants, and about half of it will be in the infrastructure, national labs, test facilities to get that going. And if you look around the world, you look at the UK, Germany, Japan, they're getting serious. They're putting significant levels of funding into this to demonstrate and build these machines. And then you look at our strategic competitor, China is really moving forward. You know this better than I do in a lot of ways. $6.5 billion plus of new money into building these machines at China speed. So that means building at night, moving quickly. It is something that if we don't get there, they're going to get there first. So that's why I say we've got to really work on this friendshoring, work with our friends and allies. I think there is a sort of a G7 coalition of the ambitious that we can put together that's going to really lead on this, and it's going to be the companies that build it. It's not going to be a US program, it's going to be the companies do it, but supporting it. So it's exciting times.
All right, for those of you at home who are interested in learning about this, please check out SCSP's Fusion Commission's report, which came out in October of last year. We also had some newsletters on China's fusion build-out. Andrew Holland from the Fusion Industry Association, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Caleb. Great to be here.
Thank you.
Start. Okay. Welcome back to the President's Tech Brief. I'm Nandita Balakrishnan, a director here at SCSP, and I am so happy to be joined by my friends and colleagues at Coursera. To my left is Anthony Salcido, General Manager of Enterprise, and to my far left is Chad Pasha, the head of North America for Coursera for Government and Campus. Gentlemen, welcome. So, there's a lot of AI trainings out there, and we talk a lot about the importance of upskilling, but this is a jargony term at times. What exactly is upskilling, and how can learners actually begin their upskilling journey? Anthony.
I love the question because I do think sometimes we get caught up in the jargon, not setting a foundation. Upskilling is about learning. It's about learning in an intentional way to build skills to not only enhance the work that you're doing in a new changing world of work, but also enabling you to help better your career. So I think it's essentially intentional skilling aligned to enhancing skills in the world of work. And we see tremendous workforce change, significant change, and obviously we're a lot of discussion here on AI. Many leaders are seeing tremendous gaps in skilling that's holding out AI transformation. So it's super important that we upskill not only folks that are job seekers, but folks in the world of work.
And how should learners start with their upskilling journey?
I think we typically see at Coursera folks starting with the fundamentals on AI, and that is a good grounding place. And then obviously as you build out depth and focus, it typically will align to more advanced components, and then get more practical about how do I take advantage of AI in the work I'm doing. And that's the goal, I think, for any employer, is to have employees that are unleashed with the potential of using AI differently to solve problems, to expand their thoughts and capabilities of what they were tackling before with this new enhanced set of skills. And that's typically the journey where people typically build the foundation, build confidence, get a little bit more deep on things like agentic work and retrieval augmented generation or prompt engineering, and then now start to focus on how do I apply this, and that's where the real impact is.
And a lot of people turn to Coursera as maybe a starting point, especially if they don't know where it naturally fits in their work stream. So what are some of the most popular AI trainings on the platform and training journey? So if I start with this course, I then go to that course. Chad?
It's quite a range because it often depends on which sector or industry the learner is coming from, or if they're a student, what they're actually interested in studying. So you could have content generation, AI content generation from Adobe, for example, for learners who are interested in the marketing specialization. Google AI Professional Certs is another one that's very popular. Some learners are very interested in cybersecurity. There are lots of jobs out there in cybersecurity, lots of gaps in employment, and so they'll turn to Palo Alto Networks or IBM again for cybersecurity. Data Science Toolkit from Johns Hopkins University is extremely popular to get a broad range of foundational skills related to data analytics, data visualization. And then if you're interested in national security, we've got 5 courses that were just launched in March in partnership with SCSP that give really practical hands-on knowledge and AI role-play scenarios embedded in them. So it really depends on where the learner's journey, where they're at in their journey, where they're interested in.
And while there's amazing content in the Coursera platform, we also don't let a learner get lost.
Right.
We have something called Career Graph, which can align and curate a set of courses and curriculum to build skills specific to career aspirations, roles specific to an organization, all can be customized, so you have a learning pathway designed for you.
I feel like one of the biggest challenges, especially when it starts with AI, is how rapidly evolving this technology is. I mean, even in the last few years, the words agentic AI and AGI as concepts are completely different in our AI training. So how do learners stay agile, and how do platforms like Coursera stay agile?
Absolutely, it's a great point. I was just chatting with someone at OpenAI and someone at Anthropic, and they were saying, prompt engineering is now no longer the thing we're talking about. That was so 2025. And Coursera by design intentionally was built in a way to be able to update and keep on the pulse of innovation in terms of content. So we have the top content from the leading institutions in the world, university partners, for example, or industry partners, that essentially are cutting edge in their domains, and they're creating content as it evolves. In fact, they're often leading the space in that particular development of technology or skills. That content goes on our platform very quickly. And an example of that is Adobe's content generation with AI. As soon as Adobe essentially created that, they're one of the first in that space. It came onto the Coursera platform, and now it's being used by learners all over the world. That's one essential element. The second is in terms that we have 205 million learners globally on Coursera. That's a lot of data that we get, right? And these are learners who are coming to us to essentially find solutions to the problems or challenges or their passions that they're looking for in their life to achieve their goals. And so that data is critical to inputting into how we source our content and what we focus on. And we have a Future of Jobs report 2026 that came out, which captures a lot of that. I encourage you all to have a look through that, because it even goes into detail what types of skills within AI, what types of skills within cyber are actually in demand right now. And then another part of that is actually the feedback from learners. We're very interested in what our learners want, what they need to be successful. And we also have an AI-driven course builder tool, which allows our partner institutions, whether they're universities or companies, to build content with their subject matter experts and their content that they have internally, which could be leading cutting edge for their employees and for their learners.
Absolutely. I mean, feedback is like such an important part of that. It means it's how we built our partnership with courses. Really, we launched our first course back in March of 2025. We got a lot of feedback, which then we fed into the 2 new courses we launched as part of the micro-credential in June. And then with the new courses that we have, that was all learning about the time that individuals have to actually learn courses. How much skill set do they need to actually take the course? How practical it should be. Right. Because at the end of the day, learners you're trying to meet them at the best that you can, but every time you want to build a journey for them, so if this is the best starting point, this might be the next starting point for you.
We try to meet learners where they are along the way. Certainly, there's lots of content. We're adding over 7,000 courses and learning objects to the platform this year alone. That helps us not only stay relevant to all the changes that are happening, but it all comes down to how does it align to an individual learner. Meeting them where they are, leveraging Course Builder to make relevant connection to an industry or a role. And we're seeing that on university campuses where faculty members are leveraging Course Builder to modernize curriculum with the latest AI tools that are taking place and changing every day.
And learners, if you'd like to take our courses, please come to scsp.ai Coursera offerings to find access to all of our courses. And we're happy to announce that all 5 courses that we just launched in March are also available on the consumer side. So you can either join us on the enterprise side and get a full catalog license or easily enroll on the consumer side. Anthony, Chad, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Dandita.
All right, Joe, welcome back. Madam Ambassador, it's so great to have you, Ukrainian Ambassador to Washington, D.C. Thank you so much. We have a big event happening downstairs where you have a couple of companies actually here present. But before we jump into the tech competition and the conversation around where this is headed, can you give us the latest update on how is the situation on the ground?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having a large representation of Ukraine here at the heart of AI and tech of the United States. So this is really the spot where everybody are exchanging the technologies, and first time we have the largest Ukrainian representations here. But these are really the guys who evolved and emerged from the wartime. And these are all very young leaders from different backgrounds. And I think this is partially the answer to your question, we have changed the everything which you could call a war 5 years ago. Basically today, through the technologies and innovations, we are able to prevent Russian assault attacks even before they are started. So the logic of the reconnaissance and the drones and technologies is just to identify the plans and destroy, let's say, the aggressor before it even starts moving. It means that things starts happening far before the front line. It's like 50, 60 kilometers before the front line. It saves enormous amount of Ukrainian lives, but also Russia is not leaving behind the plans of its attacks, and without being able to throw a heavy artillery, they're saying people, and basically the losses are like record high throughout all the years of war. It's like 35,000 people per month, which is largely almost the number they're able to mobilize. So, and it would not be possible if the enormous, courageous Ukrainian armed forces would not have a technological AI software and a drone backup. And that's why we understand that what we bring here is it's so much more than just innovation. It's something that is a future, and I'm so proud of having it from Ukraine.
And as we talked, Madam Ambassador, our hope is next year Ukraine wins, this year, not just next year. And then we have a large presence of Ukrainian companies getting lessons learned, best practices from what you have done. We have a big drone arena. I'm sure you will have so much to showcase next year.
Thank you so much. First, Ukraine will never surrender. Ukraine will definitely be a winner. Unfortunately, no one can give you a timeline, but what we understand that we need to stand as much as we need, because this is our path through to our survival. But at the same time, we're not waiting until the end of the war. It's already now where Ukraine works with different parts of the world, with Europe, on the Gulf area, but also with the United States. Ukrainian drone companies have been top 3 participants of the drone dominance programs. We are already partnering with the Army, with the Navy, with the Air Force, with the National Guard in terms of onboarding our technologies, producing specific capabilities for them and working further. So we are already there, and we are not only we want to pay back through all the support and the lives saved through American support and American military defense, but also we want to secure our technologies and place it in the United States and make sure that global transatlantic security is enshrined, is empowered by Ukraine technologies and not by enemy.
Right. Yeah, Ambassador, I mean, incredible story, just hearing you talk through how Ukraine is just being so successful on the battlefield and continuing to innovate on the defense front as you're continuing to defend your territory, your sovereignty, and your people. But at the same time, I think one of the things that people don't always think about, and people outside of the national security sphere may not always focus on, is that Ukrainian innovation actually is really, really good outside of defense as well, right? So can you speak a little bit about how much Ukraine, especially with the government as well, in the digital ministry, is doing so much to make sure that technology is enabling democracy to flourish even during wartime in Ukraine?
Yeah, and I could give you the hint of that from a little small story, that basically Ukraine is the breadbasket of the world and on Europe, and the large and more scalable defense innovation, they vote from the agriculture. First, they were introduced in the agriculture, different like AI and digital solutions, the drones, assessing various types of needs for increasing the productivity of the agricultural sector. Also, our state is fully digitalized. I have everything I need as a citizen within one touch on a button on a cell phone. Although there are like no buttons, but the virtual. So basically, that means that Ukraine, you can be Ukrainian everywhere because you have access to anything. You can see what's happening in your house. You can have access to any services of the state, and you can do business from any part of the world virtually. But also, you can be more secure even staying in a war country. So it's absolutely in all the areas. We have a startup here of guys who just trace the welfare of the animals. making sure that, before you use them as your meal, they are in a good mood. So whatever, you could have in your mind, you can find it in Ukraine.
Well, that's a nice to know that we can get some happy meals, I guess. So.
Right. We have a couple of we have a delegation from Ukraine here. Do you want to just tell broadly what kind of technologies they represent?
This is a huge variety of technology. So these are like various medical solutions for providing medical services and wealthiness development. Also, something I've said about the animal welfare and agriculture. Also, of course, some defense tech, some solutions for businesses, and various OSINT technologies. So this is like more than 40 different companies representing more than 10 different areas. But basically, having this enormous human capital, because what we're talking about is about, first and foremost, about the talent, the education, and the capacity and capability of the whole nation. And we have created a number of platforms where startups could develop. So it's like a Silicon Valley. We are far from it, of course, at the scale of the United States. And the war is depriving us from, making it bigger. But still, we create also, as a state, a lot of platforms to avoid the brain drain, and also making sure that those talents in Ukraine who have not enough resources to develop, they are able. And of course, their presence here is a huge boost for their, talent, for their knowledge, for their partnership, and, for their future and the future of Ukraine.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, just in terms of the companies that you guys have done a lot of programs here with them. I mean, they're incredible companies doing incredible innovations on the front lines. I mean, what's next for you? What's next on the docket? Is there anything on the agenda for you that you want our audience to hear about when it comes to what either an event that the embassy is hosting, something big that Ukraine is working on to make sure that people don't lose sight of like what's going on the front lines, but also what's going on in tech in Ukraine?
Well, first and foremost, it's important for us to build a strong economic and defense cooperation with the United States. We understand that the technologies we are developing in Ukraine, they are also sadly available to the enemy and to the aggressor. It's the major hostile power on the whole planet. And it's very important that United States and NATO allies are not only growing knowledge, but they're growing stronger, capable to defend their borders with Ukraine technologies. That's why we see as the only way the ability of Ukraine and the government of the United States having a drone arrangement, scaling up the knowledge of from Ukrainian drone innovations and defense innovation. I think this is the largest arrangement U.S. might need for its future, because it will be changed forever. We're looking forward for that. We have a number of partnerships already, but I want to use this public arena just to say that we want to make this contribution, and we want to place the best part of Ukraine in the United States, and we know that you will not lose it.
You saw the expo. We just walked you briefly here. We really hope that next year we will have a huge Ukrainian presence where you can showcase what's happening there, the groundbreaking technologies that I think not just the United States, but all our allies and partners would probably benefit from learning from you and your experience, unfortunate experience. But we wish you all the best. We wish Ukraine to win this as quickly as possible. And we look forward to having you next year with a bigger and better delegation and welcome you to our AI Expo.
Yeah, thanks so
Thank
much.
you so much. It's a great honor, and we will definitely be back bigger.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Героям слава. Thank you.
Well, I am so happy to be back here on the live show today. I'm so happy to be back in the live show today. We just got the stage from the AI Plus career stage with my good friends Chris and Dr. Griffith. So we are you're both on the task force on the future of work. Could you just give a sense for our listeners, talk about the future of work. What do you see coming down the path here?
I see a number of changes. We're going to see early on, we're going to see people adopt AI and use it for various tasks that they're performing, and it will help augment them and make them more effective. But I also think over time we're going to see some roles disappear, replaced by new roles. We'll see augmented roles, and then we'll see whole new jobs that we've never seen before, perhaps whole new industries that really take advantage of the capabilities of this evolving AI environment.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly agree with all that. We have a lot of, this is not the first technological revolution where that came and affected, the way people did their work or the way they, went about their day. And we have the benefit of that hindsight. This is just a little broader, a little faster, but I expect the same thing to happen in that, some jobs will be changed, some jobs will get automated away, and those people will be redirected to employment and careers that add current value, and and as we were talking about on the panel, I think that people's humanness, people's creativity and empathy and values will come to the forefront because the task stuff will be handled by these agents.
So on that note of historical trends, we have a history of gaming display here at the Expo today. Chris, could you talk about your experience of walking through those displays and saying, I was there for these developments?
Yeah, it was a kind of eye-opening to go back and reminisce. Nvidia got started and we picked a way of doing 3D graphics. It turned out to not be a good way, but it turned out to be a way that was a trend in the gaming industry. And we were contracted to build the second generation of Sega Saturn game box. And it introduced us into this whole world of platform gaming. And to see those things on display and where they sat in the sort of the history of the evolution of computer graphics, which led to our involvement in AI, which is really kind of an interesting heritage. It made me proud and made me a little reminiscent of those old times. It's really kind of cool.
And you're only 35, so it's amazing you remember that.
That's it.
Dr. Griffiths, now, I was just talking to you, this is your last commencement speech at Dakota State. How do you inspire the next generation? What is it? Can I get a sneak peek of what you have?
Yeah, I have to go back this evening for commencement tomorrow morning. It's always a wonderful experience. I love being in the academic world because we have young people who come in every single year full of hope, full of curiosity, willing to try things out. I think what we try to do is to help them be comfortable and confident when they graduate, so that they've learned things that they can carry with them, but they haven't learned things that they've learned things that they can apply to experiences that they've never ever had before. So the idea is, can they think their way through that? And I think the future for them is really bright. The other thing that happens now, and I guess for the last couple of decades, but didn't happen when I graduated, is people can stay in touch with each other. So these networks and webs of connections that people have, the young graduates have with their faculty, with their advisors, can be very, very helpful in the long term as well. So we hope they go out fully confident with the future and stay curious and stay willing to try things out.
And Chris, you just gave a commencement speech. So I'm assuming there are 36,000 gators out there that are now just grabbing the tail by the tail, right?
I'd like to think so. Yeah, I mean, I've done a few commencement speeches, never of this magnitude, but you're trying to both inspire and leave some useful advice, based on our life experiences and our the way our perspective on the world. And my message to the kids there graduating was, one, get started and go. Don't worry so much about what it is you're doing. Just go. That you'll figure it out on the way. But sitting around is not going to help. So get moving, get going. Learn along the way, excel at what you do, work really hard to get good at something, and opportunities will come. But you got to be, movement will get you those opportunities. And then caring a lot about, your value to you, your family, your companies, your communities, by excelling, by learning, by involving others in your success, not trampling. Use University of Florida happens to be a school that's embraced AI literacy very broadly. And I was encouraging them to not only be confident that that literacy will help them and help them find their jobs and find their career paths and improve their opportunities, but to make sure they share that, because not everybody has that opportunity. And if people are scared and don't lean in, I feel like they could miss out. It's some of what the task force is trying to address. Figuring out what those mechanisms are to accentuate and those to leave behind. So that was the message I tried to get going, keep going, learn, and use the fact that they've been exposed to the set of skills. It's kind of unique today, to make sure that they make them also broadly available. Play it forward.
Our last finding for the task force was this: we can't do this alone. This has to be a whole nation effort. Could you talk about the roles of your respective institutions, whether it be industry or academia or even for government? How can we further support each other as a nation move forward and compete? Because everyone else is competing now too. This is a revolution, and we want to make sure the United States stays on the cutting edge here.
Gosh, I think there's a huge role for education. I'll say education generally throughout the ages. I think that clearly people need to know and understand what's happening with AI, especially as it's evolving very quickly. I do worry about the pace of change and how quickly our institutions make decisions and make moves. So some are able to move faster than others, but I think every institution is going to have to speed up to some extent. And I think also we may not look the same. We have to try things differently. We can't just do what we've always done. A 4-year degree program may not be for everyone. We may have to look at new educational pathways that work for the new environment that's evolving. So we should sort of not think this is what we've done and we've been successful at it, so well done, academia. Let's think about how we can evolve, how we can change, how we can reach out, how we can partner, how we can understand but we don't know everything. Others know things that we should know, and how can we partner and collaborate in those ways. So I almost see it as the future decisions is who's going to do what, where, and when, and how.
Yeah, I mean, taking the industry point of view, one, adopt. Don't run, don't walk, run.
Yeah,
get going, learn on the fly, it's going to change anyway, so you got to, but you got to get in the race. I mean, the good news is AI is going to enable a lot of people to do a lot of things they couldn't do before. Bad news is the people that could do it before now have company. So I think, we need to embrace it fully. We need to enable those institutions that are helping supply our future employees with the information and the guidance on what it is we need. If the task force was identified, a lot of these metrics that we've been traditionally using are rearward looking and not looking out in front. And so maybe we need new reporting mechanisms, new collaborative mechanisms. So for the businesses, they should be leaning in hard. And not be shy. I mean, for the employees and the students graduating and the ones just entering, the pipeline. This is a skill you cannot miss. This is going to be essential.
Well, I really appreciate your time today, guys, and I look forward to working with you in the task force.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a bit weird with the wrap it up.
Good afternoon. My name is David Lin with SCSP, and I'm now joined by 3 members of our newly launched Commission on U.S. Quantum Primacy, or QIST. Dr. Tom Mason from Los Alamos National Laboratory, Dr. Campbell from the University of Maryland, and Dr. Crowder, who's filling in for Jake Gambetta from IBM. So thank you all for joining us. We just got off stage here at the South Stage, where we had a wide-ranging conversation about quantum information science and technologies. And since we only have a short period of time today, I wanted to ask you all a question that I've been grappling with myself and grappling with how to come up with a good answer, which is, in, let's say, 60 seconds or less, how would you describe QIST and to the average, person off the street, the average, general audience member here at the Expo? And how would you describe why it matters to the average person in America? So, with that, I'll kick it over to Dr. Mason first.
Well, in terms of why it matters, it's not because people are going to have quantum computers in their pocket anytime soon. It'll be part of our infrastructure, probably in a non-visible way. But in terms of what QIST is, the way I think about it is, quantum mechanics has been around for a better part of a century, and it describes actually with remarkable accuracy how the world works at the level of its fundamental constituents. And that understanding actually underpins a lot of things that we do today in computing and telecommunications and so forth, but it does so in a way that's one step removed from the underlying physics. And it turns out if you peel the layers away and go a little bit deeper into how quantum mechanics work, it's going to open up new methodologies for sensing, for communications, and for computation. And we are just at the verge of being able to take advantage of that, and it's going to make some things that were previously intractable, solvable problems.
So, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Mason just talked about some of the real-world applications to make it more tangible, but how would you explain the science or how it works or why it's different from what already exists today?
Sure, yeah, at the end of the day, and I'll focus more on the quantum science part of it, quantum is really the study of nature when things get really small or really cold. And it turns out when you start to look at things at those, length scales or temperature scales, nature behaves differently than our intuition would typically tell us. There's these interesting effects, typically if I talk about a computer, you have a bit, that bit is either always in a state of a 0 or a 1. In quantum mechanics, it turns out your particles can be in a superposition of states, a 0 or a 1. There's other really non-intuitive things, like it turns out particles in quantum mechanics, we have to always describe them as waves, and they can exhibit some of the wave-like nature, like interference. You can take 2 atoms and interfere them with each other. So there's a lot of really interesting effects that come out of quantum, and essentially what quantum information science is doing is taking advantage of some of those effects to create new types of device. There's things like superposition, the fact that an atom can be in a superposition of states. That gives rise to things like entanglement, the fact that I can entangle the states of 2 atoms, and by making a measurement of one, it tells me something about the state of the other. So as we heard from Dr. Mason, the first 100 years of quantum science, we really studied quantum to understand quantum. We've done that. Now we're taking advantage of these different quantum mechanical properties and using those to create new types of devices and sensors that have either new functionality or can just do things in a much more sensitive or precise way than classical systems.
Dr. Crowder, anything to add or to kind of make it more tangible or comprehensible?
Probably not. Those were really good answers. I think the 2 kinds of areas that it's really going to shape society, I agree, it's going to be under the covers. It's going to be like semiconductors. Like semiconductors have completely transformed, also based on quantum mechanics, completely transformed society. But
and semiconductors has become like a household term these days.
Right, exactly. So I think quantum is going to be similar, and it's going to be a new computational tool that can do things you can't do with today's computers, and it's going to make materials discovery better, drug discovery better, optimization problems better return on investments, all those kind of things that you're going to be able to do with quantum computing.
Okay, so we talked about what quantum QIST is. Let's talk about what it isn't and do some myth busting here just to kind of level set expectations, because I think sometimes the general audience, the way we describe QIST, it becomes like this magical secret, secret smoke or sauce that just like makes everything bigger, faster, stronger. When it comes to myth busting, then what's one of the common misunderstandings you hear about quantum that you want to try to like make sure that the public is crystal clear on?
I don't know if it's a common misunderstanding, but it would certainly be a mistake to think that quantum is going to replace all computing. It's going to be an augmentation for specific applications. I think it's going to work hand in hand with the existing types of computing we have, but it's not going to render it obsolete. In fact, if anything, it's going to amplify the power of computing.
Dr. Kim?
Yeah, and I agree. That I think is one of the biggest myths, that people think that quantum computers are going to replace everything, right? I've been in, taking an Uber and somebody has asked me, when am I going to have a quantum computer in my iPhone? And the answer is never. You already have quantum sensors in your iPhone, right? But you're probably never going to be able to have a quantum computer or want a quantum computer. So I do think that is one of the myths. And I think there's a lot of excitement about applications, but I think people should understand that there's a lot of promise of quantum computers, but we're really still figuring out what a lot of those applications are going to be.
Dr. Crowder, 20 seconds left. Any thoughts?
No, I think, again, quantum computers are real. They're no longer science fiction. They actually exist. They can actually be used as a computational tool to solve real problems. But it's not as maturity yet, right? So it's not in production yet. So I think we kind of go bipolar on it, like either like overhype, like it's going to solve everything, which is not true, or it's not going to be good for anything, which is also not true. Right? So it's in between.
Well, thank you all for joining this quickfire PTB session on quantum. And if you want to learn more, please check out SCSP website and stay tuned for new reports and updates coming out of SCSP's Quantum for U.S. Primacy, Commission on U.S. Quantum Primacy. So stay tuned. Thank you. Thank you all for joining.
Great, thanks.
I'm seated here with two of my closest friends. Okay, I'm standing by. All right, I'm back live. I'm here with two of my friends, PJ Makish and David Stott, both with Web AI. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you so much, Ylli.
Good to have you, David. And we're actually just across from your booth.
Yes.
So tell me, what you guys are working on? David, let's start with you.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us. We're working specifically on expert AI systems. So how do we make models that are focused on the most esoteric problems that require high level of confidence and accuracy and need to work all the time, no downtime. These are critical infrastructure models, and how do we enable those models to work with other models that are experts to create a general experience, meaning I have several expert models that widens the scope of the capability, meaning I start to get a general experience with an expert model system. It enables customers to build things like work on airplane engines, highly skilled tasks like drone detection, things like that.
Right. PJ?
Yeah.
I mean, what you guys are building is really unique. You're like, for those that don't follow Web AI, you're building a model that works at the edge.
Yes.
Can you tell us more, PJ? What does that even mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I want you to think about most models that exist that you interact with were trained on the internet. But most of what can be known is actually off the internet. It's expert data, expert documents, tacit knowledge of your workforce. It's letters, it's papers, it's thoughts, it's creativity. None of that's on the internet. So if you had a model devoted to each person,
and you had those models interact with each other, that's what we call a civilization of intelligence. It's AI that comes from the combination of specialized models. We think the future of AI is going to have three big trends. David mentioned smaller models that reason. There are other people who are working on models that can improve themselves. And then there's models that can be checked by formal logic. It's called auto-formalization. So you could imagine if you had small specialized models on your MacBook, on your PC, in your house, that could work with all the other devices in your house. They could reason, they were smaller, they got better, and they could check their results so they were perfect. Then you would have a kind of intelligence that we don't have today. That's the kind of intelligence that we're working on.
Right. And David, I know you released recently a new model.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about how advanced it is compared to the previous model?
Yes. So we released two models recently that are in multimodal embeddings, which means the model is capable of looking at text, image, information. It could be a handwritten note, and instead of processing it with OCR, which is optical character recognition, essentially looking at each letter, the AI system takes a picture of the whole content, meaning we look at the whole page or the whole document. If it has images, graphs, diagrams, and this model actually understands it more similar to how we would read it, right? We would scan the page and we would understand the context of the information. Instead of like line by line piecing together, oh, there's a word here, it has a global understanding of the context it's looking at. And what that enables is us to retrieve and understand knowledge bases really well. It actually benchmarked #1 and #3 on the public video or leaderboard, which was the benchmark created by Nvidia, which put us as the #1 actually ahead of Nemotron. For open source models, it's 9 billion parameters, which is very small.
Right.
Could run on a laptop or a phone. And our third place model is 4 billion parameters.
Right.
So 4 billion parameters, that is third place, is quite impressive, and we're excited, and there's a lot more to come with that. But this will enable people to run AI locally and have high level of confidence when looking at medical records, documents, images, etc.
PJ, you know this better than everybody, but like in non-pervasive environment, cloud goes down, comms go down. How does this work?
Yeah, you can imagine that our system is able to determine the available compute on any device, like your iPad right there. So there's available compute sitting on your iPad. Imagine in the field, if you had 1,000 soldiers, half of them have devices, those 500 computers could be connected to be something like a supercomputer. So actually over on our display right there, what you see is like studios, Mac studios that are connected to each other. And so they behave more like a high power computer. You can imagine that we have the capability to network those, whether they're talking to a cloud, whether they have undersea cables, whether they have space or not. Their own compute becomes its own intelligence delivery system with models on every computer.
Right, fascinating. David, I mean, the critics of small models say that, you're not getting a librarian, like world of knowledge, you're getting a thinker.
Right.
How do you react to that?
I think the current approach to architecture is the biggest barrier, and why that's true. I think taking a transformer architecture, which is what we're used to interacting with, these LLMs or large models we're interacting with on the cloud, they process information in a very inefficient way, which requires large data exposure to get something that's useful. I actually think there's a pathway with new architectures like the things PJ's lab and team are working on with our Meridian class models, which are small reasoning models where we're working on how do you reduce the reasoning traces. So a lot of these small models fall apart in these tasks that they would say, lacks, it can only think, or a thinker model, it can't actually process and bring real value back to me because it's too small, is because these reasoning traces are so large. And reasoning traces is like, if you ever see Anthropic or OpenAI when it's thinking and it starts spitting out all that text, that's the thinking process or the reasoning process. And small models lose their mind because it's so much content. They essentially go in a loop perpetually. What we've solved is if you convert that into more of a DSL, meaning if the model reasons in mathematics, not in language, you can take something that's 4,000 tokens and make it 500 tokens. And these small models can reason very well without hallucinating. And I think the misconception is there's not a lot of research there yet as well.
You know, Ylli, I know you appreciate Andrej Karpathy.
Yeah.
Karpathy said last week that this is the future of like AGI. You're going to compress intelligence into smaller forms.
I was about to ask you that, PJ,
Yeah.
because if there's somebody that has thought about AGI and where we're going to be in the next couple of years, it's you. So like, how does this get to that pathway?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few different pathways. The transformers are going to go and cap out wherever they do. These novel paradigms like David's talking about, a smaller reasoning model that can self-improve and auto-formalize its results on edge in its own network. And then of course, underneath the AI substrate, you've got a commission on quantum. I mean, 27 or 28.
Your idea.
You're going to have million qubit fault tolerant computers by 28 or 29 that can interact with these classical computers, and we'll see another level of AI.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you so much. For those of you here and online, Web AI, they have a booth here, but amazing thinking, amazing capability. Thank you, David.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on what you're doing here in
Thank
DC.
you so
Ylli.
much.
Thank you so
And we
much.
look
Yeah,
forward
you're
to
the
seeing
best.
you soon, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I mean, I cannot describe how happy I am to have General McMaster here next to me, former National Security Advisor, retired General. I worked for you, so like I get different emotions interviewing you, but I've been waiting to ask you for a long time because I know how you think about these things. I watch you, I follow you. Iran, sir, you have some clear thoughts about where we are and where we need to be. I talk about it publicly every time I can to follow your basically talking points because I truly believe you have clear thoughts about the situation.
Well, hey, thanks, Ylli. I really admire your service over so many years and what you've done with SCSP. This is unbelievable, man. And the energy here is fantastic. And it gives you a spirit of like, hey, we can do this. We're Americans, not Americans, right? And hey, so I would say on Iran, I think it's important to place the conflict in a broader context of the 47-year-long war that Iran has been waging against, the great Satan, the United States. The cancers boil Israel, their Arab neighbors, the West. These are people who committed over 100 assassinations in Europe, for example, and terrorist attacks in Argentina. So this is a campaign, I think, to end that war, and that's like context number one. Context number two is the degree to which Iran has been pulled in to this axis of aggressors, the two revanchist powers on the Eurasian landmass of China and Russia. And North Korea is part of that club. Maduro, until he wound up in a New York prison, he was part of the club. And so I think we're at a real break point here where President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the actions we've taken, have demonstrated the vulnerabilities of the regime. That's not what you usually hear. You hear like, oh, well, they've got the upper hand, they can close the strait. But they are in a very weak position from an economic standpoint and from their ability to project power outside their borders. Even though there are debates about how many launchers destroyed, that capability is greatly diminished.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Greatly diminished. And so what we don't want to do is get them up off the mat with, I think, alleviating sanctions or unfreezing assets. I think we have got to keep the pressure on at this moment. And of course, we all have to remember, not only have they created so much death, destruction, and hardship in the region, they killed 40,000 of their own people in January.
I agree, sir. I know you've talked about the nature of the regime, because this gets lost every time we get a glimpse of a positive, maybe, negotiations.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about how does this look like?
Right. Well, I mean, I think that what you have is a regime that's dominated by the revolutionaries, the ideology of the revolution, and these are people and a government that is permanently hostile to the United States, Israel, their Arab neighbors, and so forth. There will not be peace. I mean, I think it's just demonstrable across that 47-year period, and based on the ideology that drives and constrains the leadership that has emerged. There's been a lot of upward mobility there, but still they adhere to this ideology until there is a change in the nature of the government such that it ceases its permanent hostility to the United States, Israel, its Arab neighbors. So I think that's the long-term goal. Of course, we can't force that to happen, but we should evaluate the actions we take based on whether they contribute to or detract from the evolution of a government in Iran that is more aligned with the aspirations and the attitudes of the vast majority of their population.
Yeah. I just had the Ukrainian ambassador to DC, sir. They brought a number of companies here because when it comes to the future of warfare, you have so much innovation happening out of Ukraine that we can learn, our allies and partners can learn.
Right.
I know you follow these issues. What's your take on this?
Hey, well, it's tremendous what they've done in terms of developing capabilities that they can manufacture at scale. I mean, I think like 1 million drones a month, right? And as an example, but then also, as you are alluding to, this cycle of innovation, right? So what you have is you have users, warriors, and designers and engineers operating together, right? Engineering to the edge. They figure out what's the next evolution needs to be from a software, hardware perspective, and then they're turning it sometimes like within a week, getting it right back to the front line. We need to have that kind of a model for many of the capabilities in our joint force. The good news is the leadership in this Department of War now, especially the deputy, this is Deputy Secretary Feinberg, and the team he's brought in, they're all about that.
Right.
And they're coming up with new ways of procurement and contracting. Some of these capabilities, I think what you want to do is you want to lease them.
Yes.
And you want to say, hey, this is a contract to lease this kind of, maybe it's an autonomous capability, uncrewed capability, but part of that contract is I want you to continue to revise and update it based on our knowledge of the threat, countermeasures to this capability, enhancements that may be now available, because there's new technologies available that we can integrate into.
Absolutely. President Trump is going to Beijing, sir. You were with him, I think last time he was in Beijing.
Yeah.
Memorable trip, well documented in your books.
It's a page turner. It's a page turner
Right,
in there.
right.
If you go, but when he went, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Xi Jinping has objectives that are similar to those during that first visit. He wants President Trump to be seen as going to pay homage to the emperor,
Absolutely, yeah,
because what the emperor wants is, he wants to recreate the Qing dynasty in the Indo-Pacific, and he wants to displace the United States as the preponderant power in the world. He wants to bring us down if he can, I think through economic coercion. And he's weaponized the status mercantilist economic model against us, and guess what? China is the funder, the supporter of this axis of aggressors.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, the cash flow into Russia so they can sustain the onslaught against Ukraine and their shadow war against Europe. The cash flow into Iran to keep that theocratic dictatorship on life support, provide them with new capabilities. Remember, they signed this contract to provide supersonic anti-ship missiles to the Iranians. What if they had those capabilities at the beginning of this? So I think it's really an important time for President Trump to communicate clearly, obviously, the problems we have with China and its various forms of aggression against us. But I think President Trump's going in there from a position of strength. I know there are a lot of people saying, oh, well,
I agree with you, yeah.
I mean, look, if you're the axis of aggressors, right?
How are you feeling right now? Yeah.
Where's your buddy Maduro?
Right.
Right. And how about the Iranians? Are they in a weaker? I mean, this idea, I think of this Economist cover from a couple weeks ago. Advantage Iran. I mean, are you kidding me? So
where's that advantage? Yeah.
Right. It doesn't make sense to me. So I think that really, and also it's important to point out, Russia's economy is shambles. Over 1 million dead women. They're losing 1,500 casualties a day. Right. And Ukrainians are hitting refineries, 1,500 kilometers.
Long deep strikes, yeah.
Deep strikes. And China's economy, I think, has got some real issues.
Absolutely.
Because they've created vulnerabilities in the race to surpass the United States, right? So, hey, I think we should be more confident in the West. I wish we had I wish we'd stop insulting allies, and allies would stop insulting us. Come on, listen. Right. We have a real opportunity. Right. We're at this break point, I think, Ylli, where we could really gain tremendous advantages over these axis of aggressors. And I think maybe win, if you call this a Cold War, some people are, I think we could be winning World War, not World War III, thank God.
Yeah.
Cold War.
Right.
You don't want World War III. You want to win Cold War II, though, and prevent these cascading conflicts from Europe to the Middle East from cascading further into Indo-Pacific.
Sir, my last question is, we titled this expo 250 Year of Innovation.
Yeah.
You're a long-term thinker, an optimist. Where is America going to be at 300?
Hey, we're going to be in an even better place, and I'll tell you, our democracy, man, it's ugly, man. Everything's out on display, this severe polarization in the political world and the vitriolic discourse. But I think we can get over it, because I think those are minorities of people. I think more Americans need to come together in venues like this. Hey, let's work together to build a better future, Stop grousing about stuff. Stop tweeting at each other or whatever, Time to work together, because everybody, what everybody wants? A better life for their children and grandchildren. And we can do that in this country because of our free market economic system. And you know what? Those 250 years has been an exercise in self-improvement. We have the ability to improve short of revolution, which is what makes us so much better. Our constitutional system that was developed, in 1787, just the whole idea that sovereignty lies with the people, the radical idea of the revolution. And think about how the Continental Army, innovated with really nothing. I mean, one of my heroes is Henry Knox. Right. Worth looking him up. Right. Look at how he developed an artillery capability out of nothing, for the Continental Army. So we can do it. Let's be Americans, not Americans. Let's be confident about our future.
Thank you so much for dropping by. As always, it's an incredible honor and pleasure. And I wish I could have this conversation for the rest of the day. Thank you, sir.
Hey,
man,
so love you. Great to see you.
Likewise, thank you. All right. I'm so thrilled. I'm so thrilled because
Really great to see you.
I had a conversation with you last year here, Jack.
That's right.
Incredible presentation on the state of quantum, and joining me to help me with this really complicated topic is my colleague Olivia.
Hello, Olivia.
Great to have you back. Okay, Jack, what has changed since last year when you and I talked about this?
Well, the space has exploded. When we look at AI and quantum, we're seeing a lot of developments and also impact on critical national infrastructure and on defense. LLMs obviously growing in applications, and that's great, but for 85% of the critical national infrastructure and for defense, we also need the quantitative side. We're working on new metals and alloys for the Army, in terms of new tank applications, things like that, working on new battery chemistries. We all know about the dependency we have on PRC for lithium, for battery-grade lithium, for neodymium, and other kinds of rare earths. It's really time, and this Pentagon has really had a focus on getting off of that dependency, and a huge part of that is going to be using this kind of AI that understands material science and understands physics and engineering, not large language models, but complementing that large quantitative models, LQMs, complementing LLMs. So it's been explosive in terms of the applications.
Yeah, I mean, I interviewed Mike Cadenazzi earlier,
Yes.
Jack, and we talked about material science and how this is important.
Rocks to rockets.
Yes. Do you feel we're finally moving with resources, with action, with everything we need to get ahead of this? I asked him, we've been admiring this problem for so many years. And that's why we end up in this position where China holds, advantage over some of the critical aspects in this tech competition.
Well, I think hopefully this year and next year will be the years to make it happen. March 5th of this year, Ylli, as you know, PRC launched its 15th five-year plan. And that five-year plan follows on the 14th five-year plan. In the 14th five-year plan, they focused on biotech. And they succeeded in really coming to great progress in biotech. This new plan, they're focused on AI, on quantum, and on novel material science. Those are three of the big areas. And so we've really got to step up to the plate. This is the moment.
I see there's something that you're quite passionate
Get closer to the mic, Olivia.
Thank you, Ylli. There's something that you're quite passionate about, and this kind of talks to the convergence of quantum and AI. I know LLMs are kind of the hot topic right now, but you're passionate about something called LQMs. Would you mind discussing a little bit about what they are and some of their applications?
Great question, Olivia. So what is a large quantitative model? Well, large language model, we know how to train that. We take the language of the web, we download that onto a vast computer system and then train a huge model to understand how to generate more language from the language that it trained on. And Gemini is a great example, ChatGPT, Claude, three great examples of large language models that are impacting today. But those are really productivity tools, right? We can get documents done faster, we can get some spreadsheets done faster. When it comes to, that's AI for the digital world, Olivia, that's really what it is. AI for the real world is something completely different. And the real world is when we have to do real science and engineering. And if we want to make a hypersonic missile, for example, we've got to think about materials. We just came from the F1 track just last week, and an F1 is made of 70% carbon fiber. And so to design these carbon fiber kinds of bodies, not just for F1 cars, but ultimately for defense applications, automotive applications, much broader, we need quantitative AI. So LQMs are not trained on the words of the internet. In fact, we don't download anything from the internet. Instead, we at Sandbox AQ have to build our own data sets. We've got to start from scratch and think about experiments we can run in real labs, and we've got to think about data based on equations that we run millions and millions of times in large computer systems, NVIDIA GPU chips, Google TPU chips, and these systems allow us to output huge databases. We have data sets now in catalysts, in batteries, in biopharma. These data sets allow us to train specialized quantitative models, not language models, not transformers, but LQMs that really focus on this area. This past 10 months, we launched 3 frontier models with NVIDIA, with NVIDIA's collaboration, and these models are now state-of-the-art when it comes to making new kinds of battery chemistry, making new catalysts. Catalysts are fundamental to our economy and our defense, and new biopharma molecules for cancer, for Alzheimer's. These are the frontier models that are in the quantitative world.
That's really fascinating. And you've touched on how it has applications across biopharma, chemicals, and defense. Would you mind explaining a little bit more about some of these defensive applications that LQMs have specifically?
Yeah. Great question. It's fundamental to defense that we have quantitative models right alongside our language models. When we look at the applications for material science, for example, if you look at a F-35, there's about 1,000 pounds of rare earths in that F-35. And typically for other kinds of fighter jets, we have to get away from that dependency. We have to design new kinds of materials that move us away from the dependency on neodymium, for example, for magnets. You cannot have a fighter jet without high performance magnets. Magnets that can withstand huge high temperatures, as an example. So we've got to find new formulations. AI that's built on engineering and physics can do that. AI based on cat pictures and Reddit cannot do that. So that's what we've got to move beyond that LLM, and it's been very exciting. We've also now seen real big movement in the quantum space. This past 12 months, Ylli and Olivia, as you know, has been a big movement. Announcements from Google, announcements from Caltech, and others have moved forward Q-Day.
Right.
Q-Day is that day that we've talked about. Right. We talked about it on stage last year, Ylli, as you remember. And at that time, we were talking about maybe 2030, 2032 as the time frame. Well, just in the time that you and I were speaking on stage, it has now moved up by 3-4 years, and it's now clear from government sources, Google, Caltech, and others, that 2029 is the year we got to focus on of having scaled quantum computers that are going to start to crack RSA, elliptic curve cryptography, ECC, and other critical protocols. that's our whole economy and defense infrastructure run on those protocols. So I think we're going to see good movement from the US government and other governments in the next 6 months on this topic. It's a key defensive issue.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Jack, since the last time we talked, I think you've expanded your footprint abroad.
Yeah.
Tell us more about where did you see, so like an audience that is willing to move out and really get ahead in this quantum space.
Well, we're definitely seeing, obviously, here in the US and here in DC, a lot of activity. We're mainly private sector. We're more than 90% revenue in the private sector, but definitely seeing activity here in the US. Europe, as it starts to stand up with a better defensive posture, we're seeing interest there. But I would really highlight the Gulf region.
Right.
The Gulf region has been really active for us. We announced, since we last spoke, deals with Bahrain as an example. Bahrain is looking, and other countries in the Gulf region, looking to diversify their economy and going beyond just some natural resources, for example, into biotech. Now, normally, if you go into biotech as a novel area of your economy, you'd have to spend 30, 40 years building up that infrastructure. Now, with our software and with our partnership with Bahrain, we hope in the next just few years to start pumping out drug candidates for key diseases in the region and globally. Similarly, we're very active in the Gulf region in the energy space, oil and gas space, and that's really where catalysts come into play. When you take a barrel of crude oil out of the ground, that's just a barrel of crude oil. To turn it into something useful, gasoline, jet fuel, naphtha, you've got to have catalysts. Catalysts are those chemicals that allow us to move forward with the reaction, lower the energy, do it quickly, but don't get used up. And it's very hard to design these. We just published the frontier model in catalytic chemistry. We did that with the help of Nvidia, and now we're getting usage across many, many geographies of that model. So the Gulf region has really stepped up in a big way, and I think that will continue over the next few years.
Fascinating. No, I mean, that's incredible. Huge progress in 12 months since we last talked. Well, less than 12 months, actually.
We have one last question for you, Jack.
Sure.
We've talked a little bit about AI, we've talked about quantum and the future of these systems. As these technologies begin to converge, what excites you most about the convergence of these technologies in the coming decade?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, obviously, we called our company Sandbox A Cube. The A is for AI, the Q is for quantum, because these are the two twin engines of innovation and transformation for our economy and for the defense posture. When we look at the competitive posture of the United States around the world, it's fundamental that we win not just on the bits, but also on the atoms, right? And that's why you need AI and you need quantum. We've got to make sure that as we get new kinds of drones out there, as an example, we are using materials that can let these drones fly farther, that they can have more capabilities. In the face of electronic warfare, we also need to think about the navigation of these drones. How do they navigate in the face of jamming? And that, again, means a quantitative AI. A large language model is not trained to navigate in the face of electronic warfare. Quantitative AI models can do that. So I think when you look at the nature of, you look at Russia, Ukraine, you look at what's happening in the Middle East and the Gulf region, these are all indications of how we have to move very, very quickly and very aggressively into these new kinds of AI. And then as quantum comes up, right now today we're using quantum techniques right now on GPUs, and I think in the next few years we're going to see quantum computers rise up as well. And that's both positive and negative. Negative because it will start cracking the cryptography, so we've got to move to the post-quantum cryptography, but we also can use quantum to accelerate the work we do on the quantitative side. So it's a very exciting moment.
Jack, Sandbox IQ, thank you so much.
Great to
Look
see you,
forward
Ylli.
to
Great
seeing
to
you
see
next
you.
year, Jack.
Excellent, Ylli.
Thank you
Take
so
care.
much. Olivia, appreciate it.
Have you.
Okay, headphones for you if you would. Hello everyone, and welcome. Hello everyone, and welcome. Our next talk is going to be a discussion with Katrina Manson. She is an award-winning national security journalist at Bloomberg News, whose reporting has taken her from the front lines of conflict to the inner workings of the Pentagon and the technology industry. In her new book on Project Maven, she tells the story of one of the United States military's most consequential early efforts to bring artificial intelligence into warfighting, how it began, the people who pushed it forward, the bureaucratic and ethical fights it provoked, and the moments when its promise and limitations became unmistakably clear. Katrina, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Thanks for having me.
So I think we'll start out. Some of our audience may not be familiar with Project Maven and its origin. So talk us a little bit about how did Project Maven ultimately come to be?
You have to think back to 2017 when the US is beginning to worry it's falling behind on new technologies that could be good enough to go up against China. And increasingly at the time, Deputy Defense Secretary Bob Work sees autonomy as the answer, as the next big breakthrough tech, and he sees AI as the stepping stone to get to autonomy. The project that forms under his auspices is Project Maven, with a very narrow scope to bring, in public at least, to bring AI computer vision to detecting drone footage, but it always had this much bigger aim as a stepping stone to autonomy, to be able to equip the US military to use software and to have technology that could keep up with the fears and, I suppose, conceptions of what war would look like in future, running faster than the human mind could think.
Absolutely. So you tell the full story of the project throughout your course of your book. What were some of the most important moments in sort of world events that shaped the program over its history?
Well, I think one of the most important ones is the first time they were trying to get AI into theater. I discovered that in Somalia in 2017, they managed to roll out an algorithm within 6 months, but it didn't work. And so no one wanted to use it. It was flickering. Very quickly, the military operators abandoned it. And it was only when Project Maven found someone who understood the difficulties of drone analysts and sent someone to sit with them who understood their pain, but also started to convince them to turn the AI back on. And even he wasn't convinced either, and he went through a process where one day the computer vision algorithm detected something that no human had, and for the first time beat the human operators at a speed test, essentially, in a real-life situation.
Yeah, and so gaining that trust of the operators over time was so important to the history of the program. You know, the other part that kind of reminds me of is the need in the public sector, or in the private sector, to really deeply understand its customers, and the way the technology industry has sort of learned to sort of, you know, understand what its users are truly trying to accomplish. So you talk a little bit in the book about how important it's been for the Defense Department to try and reach out to that commercial sector and really bring it in to sort of have new blood among it. What role did Maven play in that effort, and how successful ultimately was it?
At the heart of Maven is this Marine Corps Colonel, Drew Kukor, who got on the Amtrak and went to New York and started trying to convince startups, come and join us, come and work for the defense sector. And he told me every single company he approached, he had problems. He wanted DeepMind. He couldn't even contact Demis Hassabis. He then lowered his sights. He wanted Google Brain. They also didn't want to work with him. They were too worried. And then eventually he comes to Google Cloud. They would work with him at a time they only had something like 4 customers anyway. And of course then Google has this huge protest and fiasco that really forms the kind of watershed moment for relations between Silicon Valley and the Pentagon. And for years I was told, no, it was fine, we coped. But I don't think anyone did. And in fact, SCSP has come out as a movement from that refusal of some tech workers to work with the military and trying to work out where is that relationship, where does that partnership work, And of course, many people are still very worried about working on defense projects where AI is now, we can confirm through the book and other reporting, being used in autonomous platforms.
Yeah, and we've seen some echoes of that in the recent conflict with Anthropic and
With
others.
Anthropic and again with Google, you have DeepMind and other AI researchers, hundreds of them I've recently reported, signing on, raising their concerns about the way in which AI could be used for autonomy and surveillance. And there still isn't enough, in my view, public understanding of what those projects might be. There's even now a defense effort to build voice-controlled autonomous drone swarming tech, and multiple AI labs are competing in that.
So that, I think, leads us to a good next subject here of there's been a lot of successes in Maven and a lot of progress made, and yet there still are some problems that they've have difficulty overcoming. Could you talk through some of sort of what the challenges that remain may be and sort of where the project might be today?
I think it's interesting that all along Drew Kukor would refer to AI as just a bag of potato chips. And it took me some time to understand what that meant, but what I think it meant is that the AI wasn't very good, but he wanted to create a system, a workflow, an appetite for people to start using it and testing it, seeing where it went right and wrong. When you look at what held Maven back, enough people, I think, have told me it was the data collection, the data labeling, and the way in which the algorithms were trained. And also, eventually, you have a huge amount of infighting within the Pentagon, never mind from civil society outside, about how that data is accessed. If you fast forward to efforts to develop autonomy today, I'm told that there are multiple commercial companies saying we don't need the Pentagon's data, we can train our own automatic target recognition models. The flip side to that argument is, well, not if you want good enough data to really be able to identify things. So getting access to what the Pentagon would call exquisite data and training models that could be reliably used or have any hope of being reliably used, I think is still something they're working on. And then, of course, bandwidth issues and networking issues, bringing AI down that it actually can successfully be used on the edge is still a real challenge. And even in the recent reporting I've done, something as simple as ocean spray splashing on a lens, can interrupt algorithmic tracking.
Absolutely. So one of the things I think is really fascinating about your book is how you center it on some of the early people. I mean, the title itself calls out Colonel Kukor, and then there are several other sort of key members of the team from an early stage. Talk to me a little bit about the types of personalities that made this Maven a possibility in the first place, and the challenges that they faced inside sort of the Pentagon bureaucracy.
A huge number of Project Maven's early team were Marines. Not everyone, but I was told that was because that's how Drew Kukor knew how to get cheap workforce, call up people he could rely on. And I'm told Eric Schmidt even said, I believe they're going to do it this time because they've got 5 pissed off Marines who are going to keep going till they don't stop. It was a very controversial project internally, even for the people working on it, and lots of them had constant fights. Drew Kukor explained that to me as this is how we do tech. We argue, we work as if we're facing World War III. Why would I be any different in the Pentagon than I am in Kandahar? Now, they behaved as if they were, some of them behaved as if they were a sort of insurgency within the Pentagon. Drew Kukor would tell me that the pharmacy sells statins and false teeth because it has an aging population. He had very little patience for people who wouldn't change, and he foresaw that AI would put people out of work within the Pentagon, and it required a completely new way of doing warfare. Now, he encountered problems in his own career because of that attitude and the way it filtered down. You certainly begin to see others suggest there are different routes. I think by the time it gets to the National Geospatial-Intelligence Agency, there is this effort to institutionalize some of what they're attempting to achieve. And now under the second Trump administration, there is this very big focus on acceleration. And the question, of course, is what will testing look like? What does reliability look like? And they have largely managed to get operators more interested in using it. Every combatant command is using Maven Smart system, that isn't the same as using AI. So if you really want AI to develop, you need to look at how you're putting it in the round, both for operating, but really also those checks and balances.
Yeah. Well, it's a terrific book. Really appreciate you writing it. Really appreciate all your time. The book is Project Maven, a Marine Colonel, his team, and the Dawn of Warfare. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back. I'm Joe Wang, VP for Global Affairs here at SCSP, and I'm joined by Ambassador Preek from Estonia. Ambassador, welcome. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
So we were just chatting a little bit earlier about just kind of everything that's going on around the world, and obviously Estonia, I love Estonia. I was there back in, I think, I remember like October 2024, and so like Estonia is incredible for e-Estonia, right? Do you want to talk a little bit about how tech-forward Estonia has become in terms of digitizing all of the different government services that you provide to your people, because that's actually one of the points of accessibility that government, when you think about democracy and government, right? I mean, your government is just so forward-leading on technology, so I'd love to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. We think that for modern societies, tech, digital, this is one of the key equalizers, so that we can provide the best services to all of our people, but at the same time also the society writ large and the government, to be very frank, we can take advantage of all of the talent that we have in the society, so that the services are accessible to people, but also people are accessible to the rest of the society. We are also quite sparsely populated country, so very early on we had a challenge of how to reach all the people with minimum costs or do it in a cost-effective way. And obviously reaching them by digital means was a logical kind of approach. So today we can talk about probably the first and best example of a country that is run as a digital service, where actually all of the government services are available online, whether you are applying for some permit, whether you are submitting your tax returns, or by the way, it takes usually like 3 to 5 minutes to submit the tax return,
your taxes, yeah,
or even getting married or getting divorced.
Because when I was in Estonia, I think that was the one service that wasn't online was getting divorced, and then a year later you can actually get divorced online.
So
congratulations.
So we moved there. I personally don't even know whether this was the smartest idea or the smartest use of tech, but then again, here we are right now. So we've tried to really put the tech to the best use for our people, and of course in 2026 the keyword is how to not just be happy with whatever we had in the past, but how to make all these services even smarter by using machine learning and AI.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I should also point out, obviously you're wearing your Ukraine pin as always. We actually had Ambassador Stefanichnia here earlier in the day as well. And so I'd love to hear just kind of your perspective on how the latest is going with Ukraine. Obviously Estonia is right on the border with Russia as well. I mean, it's the conflict in Ukraine is a real core issue for Estonia. So I'd love to kind of hear your thoughts on how things are going.
Yeah. Just as you pointed out, for us, the war that is going on in Ukraine is not just something that is in an abstract manner morally bad or wrong, but it's something that we think is really existential. Existential not only for brave people of Ukraine, but also existential for the future of European security, future of
American security.
Exactly, future of transatlantic security, including the US. And we believe that eventually the way this conflict ends one day will define the rules of the game globally. So we can talk about how the end result or the settlement in Ukraine will also affect the future of security in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, or elsewhere. So this is the reason why Estonia has been very much there when Ukraine has needed our support. But also we think that it's not just Ukraine that needs our support, but in fact more and more we can talk about the ways that Ukrainian bravery, Ukrainian innovative spirit, Ukrainian production of high tech can help all of us, and how Ukraine can turn into a industrial and innovation powerhouse even after this war ends. So Estonia has been working very closely with Ukraine on both civilian as well as military tech or defense tech. So, for example, the backbone of our digital government system was taken over by the Ukrainians, so that we offered it to them, and they reinvented it. They actually reinvented it with let's say mobile-first approach and approach whereby the integration of more and more feature was like forgiven or something that they started with. We are certainly also working very closely with Ukrainian defense companies, so that they can offer us the very first-hand experience, that they get the feedback from the frontline units, and in some cases then we can leverage our own tech knowledge as well as our let's say production base for further advancing these Ukrainian technologies, and also offering them a, let's say, safe place to produce and further innovate their own products. So there is a very multi-layered and long-lasting cooperation between Ukraine and Estonia that reaches well beyond and well behind this horrible war.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely terrible war, as we all agree at. But at the same time, I think one of the bright spots out of this really is, we can see how much innovation that a free people, right, fighting for their freedom can produce. And you talked a lot about the link between Estonia and Ukraine, I think, and on the defense side, but I think also on the e-governance side, that's a key part of Ukrainian support and help with Estonia actually help build out the e-government services that Estonia had built out as well, right? So I think it's a really interesting model for us to think about in terms of innovation by democracies, but it highlights the importance of allies and partners, right? Like no one country should be going at this alone. Not just in terms of defending our freedom, but actually innovation. Okay. And so, the link between Ukraine and Estonia, just a wonderful example of how alliance cooperation works in practice with great success. On education, Estonia is a small country, but it is a very highly skilled country that is very tech forward. And so education is one of the big themes that we have here at the Expo. We have a whole career stage with lots of universities around talking to students and talking to young professionals about the next generation of training and education, especially as AI will reshape the workforce and the skills that people will need. Love to hear your thoughts on, Estonia is actually doing a lot on education. Actually, one of my team members, Sarah, is going to be on stage with you shortly as well to talk through what Estonia is doing on education. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for asking that. As I did mention before, that we in Estonia think that one of the big equalizers is tech. The other big equalizer that we consider as just fundamental to the long-term success of our society is education. And if you combine these two, you get a super equalizer, so to say. So actually our approach whereby we really try to embrace technology, where we want to use technology in a prudent but in a bold way also in education goes back, if not more than at least to the mid-1990s, where we had a program called Tiger Leap. And this program took internet access, computers, and coding, the learning of coding to every public school in Estonia. Estonia is nowadays considered to be either number 1 or number 2 in the world in terms of unicorns per capita. So the tech, particularly tech companies that have made it really big, and most of these unicorns trace their or the founders of these unicorns trace their own tech savviness, their own tech enthusiasm back to this Tiger Leap program. But this was from mid-1990s on. Now it's a different era, and we have recently made I think significant leap, another leap to a AI era. So I think like 18 months ago or so, the program was launched called AI Leap, which is a program that in its first stage provides the tailor-made access to tailor-made AI tools to all of the students of Estonian high schools and all of their teachers. When I'm saying tailor-made, we are not building our own large language models. However, we are cooperating with the major AI companies in the world, so that they twist and tweak their models in order to particularly with a particular focus of let's say growing the curiosity of the students and helping them to learn. They call it Socratic model. So that and then of course we teach also our teachers so that they get better in using however they want AI in their teaching and also grading and so on and so forth. So we basically we believe that ultimately it's not that AI will steal the jobs of our kids. However, we believe that our kids are better on a labor market if they master AI better than their peers in other countries, and that's the approach that we've taken.
Yeah, I think that's a very simple approach, but at the same time, I think that's the winning strategy, right? I think we all agree that AI is just transforming every aspect of life, and the question really it's not about if AI is a good or bad thing, because like anything can be good or bad.
Yeah, it's a tool.
It's a tool, and so like being able to train the next generation to think about how to leverage AI for all of the different things that we need to do, from national security to education to health. Just great, really inspiring to hear what Estonia is doing there, and hopefully that's a model that, I know you'll talk more about it later on, but hopefully that's a model that we can, here in the US, like learn from our allies as well, right? Because, obviously the US is huge. It takes us time to really like reform and move, and I think one of the benefits of America is we're very good at integrating and pulling in good ideas from around the world, right, from our allies and partners. And so, yeah, with Estonia, there's always so much that you guys are doing that is super inspiring. So look forward to hearing more about AI Leap as it goes forward. So just 2 more questions before we wrap up, Ambassador, if I may. I think one thing we talked about is just on AI and using AI, right? And I know it's with all of us, it's still. All of us, it's still like a hard thing to wrangle AI, but like how have you used AI in your work and in your life that you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, I don't think I'm particularly good at using AI, but however, I for sure use it many times per day, and I think the use of AI is quite often like personal. That we all have our own, let's say, conversation or our relationship with AI. So I've used it for putting together family trip schedules. I've used it for preparing for presentations. I'm constantly using it for better feedback to my colleagues and partners and so on and so forth. So I think it's something that pushes us constantly more to the, let's say, boundaries, or we don't know what we're going to use it for tomorrow, and certainly we don't know what we're going to use it in a 1 month time or a 1 year time.
Yeah, and the best we can do is just keep using it and learning as we go. So Ambassador, thanks so much for your time. Great to have you here. And so now we are going to go to the exchange stage at the AI Plus Expo, so over to you guys.
Thank you, Joe.
They should go to China because they're rational actors, these sponsors.
And it takes time, too.
And it takes time, right? And so if you look at other places abroad from the US, there are things like clinical trial networks that allow you to enroll in studies very, very fast and significantly less expensive than you do in the US. You know, right now it still takes $2.6 billion on average for a single molecule to get through discovery and to the patients. And that's, oh, by the way, over 10 to 15 years, right? So we need to compress that timeline and we need to drop that cost. And we have to do that by changing the way that we operate through clinical trials, the way we partner with FDA to be thought partners and regulators at the same time. And some of that comes through clinical trial redesign, looking at doing like phase 1s in silico, for example, right? Again, leveraging AI there. Some of it comes from developing clinical trial networks here in the US, right? We don't need to go to Australia to do studies. We don't need to go to China to do IITs. We can do that all here. What we've seen in other sectors in China is that they start on the low end of the supply chain, and then they start to climb up, right? And so we've seen that already now happening within biotech, right? They started off kind of doing like the lower end of the supply chain, and now they're moving up higher, and more and more intellectual property is moving overseas. And so we have to, it is paramount to us that we bring that back to the US as a matter of national security.
And looking for ways to incentivize domestic industry to
Correct.
not be pulled simply by market forces, but think more strategically
Correct.
about these
Correct.
things. Any others? Spencer?
Yeah, I'll jump in here, right? When ARPA-E was stood up, we came out of the American Competes. You know, it was a study rising above the gathering storm from Congress, which basically said, we're losing our technological edge, we're losing our competitiveness in research, in development, particularly in energy, right? We were designed with this mission in mind, to compete on the world stage, investing in high-risk, high-reward technology, and that's exactly what we do. Every day, we constantly think about what other countries, what other folks are doing in this space. We mine the white space. We have huge technical breadth at ARPA-E through our program directors. We are constantly looking for the grandest challenges to solve where we can de-risk technology, but not just for the sake of de-risking it, right? We don't invest in basic research. We do focused programs that are going to actually make an impact. And I'll say, because you mentioned 250 years, right? We're coming up on our huge anniversary. It's going to be phenomenal. But I firmly believe that we, for 250 years, America has had the greatest innovators, the greatest technologists, and we are going to continue to have that legacy. And we are going to double down on that. And we, as a collective advanced research, agencies, we foster that ecosystem, and we're going to continue to do so. And I think we're going to see some great things coming out of this country.
Yeah, and to build on that, I think that's our advantage. Right? We have to play to our strength, which is that innovation ecosystem. The breakthroughs can come from so many different places in this country. There's when the market forces are sufficient to drive that innovation. But we do have a challenge on, well, how do you identify which of those things are bubbling up and need that push into a broader production? And I think the ARPAs are well positioned to do that. We understand competition, we understand metrics, we know how to kind of bake things off to make sure that in this kind of infinitely wide possible space of innovation that the American system provides, we're able to identify those ones that are strongest and bring them to the next level. But I do think that's our advantage over a top-down approach to tech development. We just have to rise to that challenge to kind of identify the winners.
Michael?
So, we look at autonomous vehicle technology. We also look at telecommunications links going to both aviation and also to ground-based transportation modes. And we have seen that the Chinese government has effectively subsidized entrants. LiDAR is a good example. Another example would be drones. And they got an economy of scale, which was able, at least their models, to build a barrier to entry. We can work around that, but we have to consciously support our American companies and support their technological development so that way they can compete and sell to ourselves and our allies. Otherwise, they'll be manufacturing everything.
Yeah, and I think that's a recurring theme across, in the energy sphere. We can talk about solar PVs, or in the transportation sphere, LiDAR, as you mentioned, biotech or health contract manufacturing organizations, right? Just scaling pharmaceuticals. This is one of the key strengths, I guess, if we can call it that, of China's ecosystem. But all of these technologies were invented here in the US. And our inability to scale has kind of landed us in this situation that we're currently in. Maybe to pivot to another question about the Valley of Death. This is, what every startup struggles with, transitioning that invention to commercial scale. How do you, from each of your respective government agencies, think about ways to overcome the Valley of Death? Jack.
I can start. So one of the things that I think is critical in this is making sure that we've really understood the problem that we're addressing. A lot of times in longer term research, you can kind of get to that breakthrough and show up with something that is really impressive, but wasn't quite addressing the need. And so one of the priorities for IARPA moving forward is making sure that we're capturing, not having people tell me what tools they want, right? We'll work the solutions, but making sure that we're addressing the right problems. So working with all of the different intelligence agencies to document those, understand those, bring those together for the community. Because I think that drives the engagement of our ultimate transition customers from the beginning and throughout. But we really need to be careful about making those investments where we have a breakthrough and then turns out, well, wasn't quite fitting the need. And maintaining agility throughout. So I think, my Valley of Death approach is a little bit, lower the friction, right? Like get that alignment early and make sure the technology we're building is not just awesome technology, but it's against an enduring problem and capturing that for the community.
Spencer?
Yeah, I'll say I think we all struggle with this. Unlike DARPA, who has one customer, we they're not here, but we all have many customers, many places that we could pass our technology off to. At ARPA-E, we've thought about this from both a structural component and a funding component. Structurally, as I mentioned before, we don't just invest in technologies for the sake of doing basic research. It has to have a market component. It has to have demand. We want to make sure that it's going to be employed. Half of what we do is tech-to-market activities. We have a whole tech-to-market team who literally does market research. They connect on the ground. They foster relationships between the companies that we seed and private capital with other potential customers. So that is one component that significantly aids our companies that we invest in their ability to capture market share. What we've also come up with is scale up, which is on the funding side. It is our larger awards rather than just seeding some companies with $2 to $5 million to de-risk some of their technology. This is post de-risking. This is after they've achieved their technical milestones. Maybe a couple years later, they come back to us and say, hey, we're ready to build out our first pilot line. We need to develop a line for manufacturing so we can actually start handing samples out to customers so that we can show proof of concept. And that's a valley in part in and of itself. So we will issue up to $20 million in awards to help bridge that gap between the de-risking of their technology, achieving of the technical milestones, and getting to scale.
So we've done something, I guess, similar to that. So we have two things going for us in the Department of Transportation. So one is we have something called the University Transportation Center. There are 7 centers scattered throughout the United States. They're all at universities, and those centers themselves have other university partners. So maybe you're talking about 50 or 60 universities altogether. Okay, they are a brain trust. So if you ever have a question, you can find the right professor in one of these schools and they'll have the answer. And they're doing R&D projects at the super risk level because they are in academia. They don't have to worry, are they going to make money with it or not, because they've been funded by grant. So that's the beginning part. The next levels, they have something that maybe they want to take it to the market. So we work in a capitalist economy, and to invest in something, a capitalist needs to know that the return and the probability of that return is enough, that they're going to get a good return on investment for a portfolio of companies with similar characteristics. This is the VC model here. We in the government can't invest in that directly so much, even though there are cases in QTEL invested in some intelligence assets. The Department of Energy can do some things like that. My department doesn't have the congressional authorities to do this. So we decided that we could do a competition, and so we did a broad announcement. 450 competitors came in.
All right, welcome back to the live stage, and I'm Joe. You guys just saw me a little while ago. Audrey Tan, thanks so much for joining us. Audrey is our guest. I'm joined here by Channing on my team as well. So Audrey, you've been at the expo every year.
That's right.
Every single year. So
Just like us.
first off, yeah.
Yeah,
we do it just for you.
You also come to Taiwan every year.
That is true.
We try. At least once a year. But love to just you've been around for a long time. I think both on the AI front and on the expo front. Just love to hear your reflections on how the past couple of years have gone. What have you seen that's new, right? Especially over the years and with the pace of AI development, right? So I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you've seen.
Yeah, I think this is a great convening place. I was just talking to Channing how good it is for people who think about AI in purely mathematical terms. Alignment is some mathematical formula you can solve with QED, and then you make AI that is 100% reliable. And with the people who are much more on the ground, connecting to policy, connecting to competition, and so on. And they don't used to talk in the same language 3 years ago, but now thanks to SCSP and the convening power of this kind of gatherings, I think people are now seeing that true alignment of AI systems is really about the societal infrastructure around it, and the awareness, I think it's at a very high level today.
Yeah. And so just before, in my excitement to have you, Audrey, I've got to give you a quick introduction. So Audrey's a badass. I think everybody knows her, but just in case those of you who don't, so Audrey was Taiwan's first digital minister, and she now serves as Taiwan's cyber ambassador. So always incredible to have you and have your insights.
Yeah, Audrey, I feel like you're a really wonderful voice for Taiwan around the world, because anyone who speaks to you, they're in awe. Wow, this genius who's going around and showing what Taiwan can be. So I always love seeing you either around the world or here at the expo. I was wondering, because you've been here 3 years in a row, just like us, did you see anything new this time that was surprising? I remember from our podcast recording last year that you wanted to have a boba station, and I realized we failed you on that, so I apologize.
But you do have the Taiwan Day, the day zero.
We did have a Taiwan Day, it's Taiwan 0 Day, Taiwan Day on Wednesday, and you joined us for that. But yeah, what do you feel like you liked this year? Was there anything cool that you saw that you want to talk about?
Yeah, certainly. So actually in day zero, I really enjoyed the conversation with Anka, I believe, on the importance of the civic layer, the civic muscle. Built around the adoption of AI. People in the UK are calling this the muscular adoption. The idea is very simple. Instead of having one AI system that is somewhere on the cloud, everybody subscribe to, and so on, people are now saying that it's actually not a great idea to train a super huge model that can fold our proteins, fold our laundries, fold everything, and in a big opaque box. We're now seeing much more narrow AI, edge AI, specific domain-specific AI that allow people to basically tune according to their own needs. One very good example recently is the OpenAI Roost collaboration, where they released what's called a safeguard model that will be able to, at supersonic speed, to compare what a AI decision, a judgment, and a pre-approved rule of engagement, and whether that autonomous decision goes outside of bound or within the bounds. And this kind kind of a small explainable AI because they will be able to cite exactly which part of the pre-approved agreement with the Department of War or really any other user, this particular action is within or outside of a bound at a split second. It enabled the sort of use that a few years ago we only speculate.
It's fascinating. I think the other big trend right now in AI is on agentic AI, right? You actually are like a pretty world famous hacker and coder. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how the shifts in AI is affecting how you're doing what you used to do, right? And also, have you like built AI agents? Are there agents you can share with me on like either, that we've talked about jet lag as we've traveled around the world. Like, is there any AI agents that you can share on with the world on improving our efficiency?
Yeah, I've been to 28 countries the past couple of years, and I've never had a jet lag, only jet boost. But it's not because of agentic AI, it's because of this time shifter app that allowed me to like change my sleep patterns by exposing to bright light and drink coffee and so on. But I think that actually does connect to the earlier point of the specific scoped AI that is taking care of specific relationships. For example, in Taiwan a couple years ago, we saw a huge surge in deepfake scams online. But instead of saying, oh, the censorship is done top-down by the government, we instead use what we call civic AI, specific agents to listen to like 10 people at a time and figure out what's the uncommon ground between them. So for example, we have now joint liability for social media companies if they post an unsolicited ad that's not digitally signed is a deepfake, people lose millions, they'll have to pay the millions. And we also have the law that says if a foreign social media company ignore the liability rules, then for every day they ignore us, we can slow down connection to them by 1%. But again, it's not content censorship, and we can show that this kind of uncommon ground get broad agreement by the broad swath of our citizens, thanks to the kind of civic AI that does the summarization, translation, and even social translation, so people from the different ideologies can see this agreement on their own terms.
Yeah, I remember we talked about this a few times ago when we were in Taiwan. I can't even keep track anymore. Do you feel like these kinds of ideas are being more widely adopted? Because I remember you said that was an idea that you had when you were at Moda. Is there a way to enforce rules and regulations without making it a law, right? In the way that
right,
you're
exactly.
doing it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that was in 2024 when we made that law, right? In 2025, the deepfake impersonation scams in Taiwan fell by more than 94%. So that problem is all but solved. So we started exporting this idea. So now in Japan, not just the LDP, but also there's a new party called Team Mirai that uses this what they call broad listening as their party platform. So just now they're also training this kind of edge AI systems as reported by the people to basically do fraud detection without censorship. And the same broad listening is now also in California. Just yesterday, the government of California launched this engaged California listening practice. So if you're a California citizen, you can also engage in this broad listening exercise to share your worries about how AI automation is affecting your work. Not just job itself, but also apprenticeship, belonging, community, dignity, and again, we'll be able to get the uncommon ground between the Californian people so that it can inform the maybe legal, but also maybe economic reactions to their frontier labs.
I love how much work you do with California, and we always give my state a shout out, so I'm going to take that time again, but I feel like we need to get you down to Southern California to talk about this stuff, because I think up in Northern California where all the tech pros are, people get it, but maybe next time think about coming down to LA or Orange County to share these ideas as well.
I'd love to. Yeah.
California, stop schlepping for California. I was going to ask, like, one of the other big thing that I think in terms of trends around AI around the world that we're also very focused on here at SCSP is on AI adoption, right? In terms of how people perceive and think about AI as a tool and the positivity or negativity that they see in it. And so I think we had a Gallup poll last year that said, but like a very close tie in terms of basically half of the American population like fears AI. Right? So welcome your thoughts. Love to hear you. How do we make AI something that is more inspiring, that's more just seen as like a tool, right? Not as a good or a bad thing, but just kind of something that people would want to take on and would want to innovate with, want to play with, and learn how to use it in a way that's going to accelerate our innovation for the better.
Well, I think the anxiety is, of course, justified because I think many people's first exposure to strong AI recommender systems is on social media, right? So 10 years ago, we started seeing that they push a lot of unsolicited information just to keep us doom scrolling, engagement through enragement. And we also saw that even though people do post, dear algo, I don't want to see this, I want to see this, the algorithm just wasn't responding. And so the steerability was really, really low. It tried to detect what's called a revealed preferences, like I get addicted to this kind of content. But our stated preferences, like I don't want to get addicted to this, got completely ignored. So because of that lack of steerability of those AI models, so only in jurisdictions like in Taiwan, where we use this kind of broad listening civic AI to really steer, for example, the Uber algorithm toward where people really want. But in other places where there's no such steering going on, of course people are going to fear, right? So I think a lot of my work in the past couple of years is to work with all the frontier labs. For example, the Anthropic interviewer just went qualitatively to 81,000 people, asking precisely what are their fears and hopes of AI systems, and both OpenAI and Anthropic publish their model specification or constitution, and now the question is, how do we close the loop? Once people say, okay, this part of the model spec we're not so happy with, maybe they should not be so sycophant, not so flattering of us or whatever, and how exactly are you going to go back to me and say, okay, these words changed because of your input. So this is, I think, the model spec / constitution steerability is the big frontier toward letting people convert their fear and anxiety into the feeling of collective agency and civic muscle.
No, I think, Dr. Schmidt, our chair, obviously always used to talk about how we were at the beginning of the beginning with AI back when we were at the AI Commission, where I was at the AI Commission, and when we first started at CSP, and I feel like we're at the end of the beginning. And we're now into the middle phase of where like AI is out there, and we're all working on figuring out what it is and making the tools more efficient, and so anyways, I think we're in a very interesting time for where AI development is going to go, right? As people all around the world are using it for all the various purposes, and we're actually seeing a lot of Global South engagement on this as well. We had a whole Africa AI village here yesterday, and so just as we wrap up, one last question for you, Audrey. What are you most excited about over the next 6 months when it comes to AI, right? Because I think things are changing so quickly, but what is one thing that you're really, really excited about that you either know is coming or that you want to see in the next 6 months?
Yeah, definitely. So I would say that the idea of social translation between communities is just now coming. Just a couple of weeks ago, X.com rolled out collaborative notes where if you see a controversial post on X, it used to be you have to wait a few hours before somebody comes up with a complete note that clarify the context. But now they train Grok so that Grok can actually translate between, say, the climate justice crowd and the biblical creation care crowd, and write a note that appeals to both crowds so that they can see that this note speaks to both of them. Previously, this kind of mediator, almost waging peace, is extremely taxing to the person doing this work. But now Grok can do it at an industrial scale. Research already now shows that people become depolarized as the Grok drafts get steerable by the people, and this pattern is now spreading to Blue Sky, hopefully to Truth Social and many other corners of social media. I think this AI-mediated exposure to social media is finally making it possible for pro-social media to truly happen.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah, so. I was gonna say this. The more that you say that, the more that I agree. Sometimes you can't have a human be completely unbiased, right? And so if you're able to have a machine do that kind of work and be able to really present those both sides, and you can't really blame the machinery because they're just aggregating information. So AI mediator, I like that a lot.
Right, it's like a campfire, right? It lets people see each other much more clearly. Yeah. Unlike the current one, which is like wildfire, where everybody is shadowboxing with each other.
So I think that's a great note to end on. Audrey, as always, great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for being back every single year here at the Expo.
See you next year.
See you next year, yeah. So thanks so much, Audrey.
Thank you.
So we'll turn it back to the folks behind the scenes before we move on to our next guest. Thanks so much. All right, and we're back. Again, Joe Wang, VP for Global Affairs here at SCSP, joined again by my trusty sidekick, Channing Lee. Welcome.
Trustees, that's a huge promotion. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're joined now by great friends from Taiwan, Dr. Du Wenling, and then Jeremy Chang, CEO. Jeremy, you're CEO of DSET, and Dr. Du, are you chairman or founder or?
The president. And, yeah, of course, that's also the founder because DSET is a very young organization.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. I mean, you came all the way from Taiwan. You co-hosted with us, what was it, yesterday?
On Wednesday, May 6th, we had the China Challenge, the view from Taiwan. And, we've talked about collaborating on a conference for so long, so we were really, really grateful that you were able to do this with us this year. So thanks for coming all the way.
And thank you also for co-hosting this very special event with us.
Yeah, Jeremy, great to see you as always. I know you guys are also working on your big conference in Taiwan in June, the DSET conference. So if folks are going to be in Taiwan, in Taipei in June, by all means, sign up and go for the conference. Jeremy and Dr. Du, do you want to talk a little bit about what you guys are planning for June?
Yeah, sure. This year we got an annual conference hosted by DSET again. They're in Taiwan, still focusing on the geopolitics, focusing on this kind of challenges to be facing, and also inviting the leading thoughts here in the U.S. and also our ally countries to join in our discussions here in Taiwan and bring this kind of insight and discussions with our stakeholders there in Taiwan, because again, Taiwan is a center for not only the semiconductors but most of the hardware stack manufacturing there. But on the other hand, Taiwan is in the front lines, been facing this kind of gray zone activity, tactics from the PRC every day, and so we need to have more and more this kind of exchange and then bring in the solutions from outside, and then let's figure out how to solve this issue together.
Absolutely.
When you were thinking about crafting the program, I noticed you were bringing together a lot of private sector companies, defense tech companies, and of course your government speakers, and we like to do this here at SCSP as well. I was wondering if, I don't know if we introduced DSET yet to this audience. We've talked about DSET all the time at SCSP. You're the Research Institute for Democracy, Society, and Emerging Technologies. You've been around now for 3 years, 2 years?
Almost 3 years.
Now, can you reflect back on kind of that journey? Because I remember when we first met you, X number of years ago, right? It seems like forever. You were worried that an initiative like this from Taiwan's side might not be successful, but oh my gosh, you guys have blown up. I always see you guys are traveling all around the world, delivering your messages, presenting your research, talking about what Taiwan is doing to fortify your supply chain resilience, but also your drones, your national security. So I'm wondering if you can just share with our PTB audience, right, what has this journey been like, especially coming from Taiwan, right? All this attention is on you now, all of a sudden.
Okay, so probably I will first kind of reflect this question, and I think I just want to address that our conference, the thing of our conference is really about the supply chain resilience. So as Jenny just said, our name is kind of led by democracy, so democracy, society, and emerging technology. So when we talk about the supply chain resilience on emerging technology, our research focus on several areas such as drones, artificial intelligence, semiconductor. Of course, that's the strength of Taiwan, and also kind of energy resilience. So it's also about the critical mineral and like batteries, like the EV, those kind of the technology that we are using every day. So how will we strengthen our the kind of supply chain resilience within the democratic system? Because there's always a competition, between the authoritarian system and the democratic system, and we want to, make sure the technology is has been used for the good for the society. Yes.
Well, yes. In the past 2 years, I think we worked very hard in order to share our information, share our research findings for this countries with shared value, because previously Taiwan was kind of a voiceless country, right? Because we've been so isolated for decades, and Taiwan also has been seen as a minor issue for most of our allies, because during the era of globalization, nobody has kind of this sense of awareness that maybe Taiwan Strait is going to be the next spotlight for this geopolitical tension. But all in sudden happened because firstly the AI is booming and the semiconductor is going. suddenly become one of the most critical infrastructures for driven this AI is moving forward. On the other hand, the PRC and the USA is obviously is kind of a grand competition has been escalated, and every day we are figuring out like how to defend our share value there in the front line. So we're really focused. We're not like doing whatever matters, but we really focusing on this geopolitical because we're in the middle of the era of techno geopolitics, and Taiwan is in the center. So by providing with our solutions and based on our research findings and the AI solutions, cybersecurity, semiconductor supply chain resilience is a security issue, energy. So those are the researches you only can do and can be done there in the front line, which is Taiwan, and also because Taiwan is critical, so we want to bring this with everybody. But honestly, we are lucky enough because this is the great momentum. So we got a lot of friends, including SSP, one of our largest supporters of supporting us. Our research has been shared here among, and we're looking forward to keeping collaborating this, and then we're keeping looking forward to share all of our findings for our partners here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, like Channing said, you guys started a few years ago, but I think your work is the cutting edge research into what China is doing on threatening our economic security, Taiwan's economic security, and really by all means, if you guys haven't checked out DSET's research, check it out. DSET really is incredible in terms of semiconductor research, like Dr. Du talked about, critical minerals, energy resilience around Taiwan, and those are all the things that China is doing. What China is doing against Taiwan is all the things that they can do against Japan, against Korea, against the Philippines, against us in America as well. So it's actually like all the lessons that Taiwan is learning are things that we need to figure out for ourselves, because like these are the same threats that we face in common, right? So like definitely for our audience, if you guys haven't checked out, I mean, you guys know about DSET because we talk about it so often, but really like dig deep into their research because it's incredible. You guys are on the front lines, like Jeremy said, getting attacked by China from both the incursions of air and naval zones, but also on the economic security front, right? So there's so much that you guys have dug into that's really, really important. I mean, just wanted to, you guys have, I mean, Jeremy, you obviously have come to us, and we had our very first event at SCSP in our new office in Crystal City with you guys, like our very first event, so that was incredible. But over the years, I think, like Channing talked about earlier, right? I mean, what do you think when it comes to the China challenges that Taiwan is facing? Is there something that you think is not getting enough attention? Either, I guess, mostly here in DC. Like, what is not getting enough attention from what China is doing, either against Taiwan or around the world? What malign activity would you call out as the most significant that people should pay attention to?
Well, again, because Taiwan is a center of manufacturing, hardware manufacturing activities. So from our perspective, it's kind of pretty much different than the people here, because each of the people got kind of their echo chamber, and because just because the U.S. has been the industrializer for decades, so not very most of the people here in the region is not very familiar with how do we do the manufacturing things. And honestly, this is a great competition between the U.S. and China, based on different values. But this is really about a competition, like how do we define the battlefield? How do we win the competition in the end of the day? The U.S. is still leading the competition, so leading the innovation. But on the other hand, the Chinese is really leading the scaling things, and still leading about how to diffuse. And so this is a kind of a grand challenge for us. So for most of the message we want to bring here with our allies here in this country is like we know how to manufacturing, and we know how to scale up. We know how to co-product, and we know how to achieve the efficiency. And this is the long-term competition. So you have to compete in an efficient way. Although and on the other hand, just software cannot win the final competition, because whatever software solution you got to be adopted by the hardware. And the U.S. is lacking of the hardware, and Taiwan is here for helping the U.S. to achieve its goal for reindustrialization. So Taiwan is a very critical partner, and also we want to keep in send a message, keep in persuade the stakeholders here in this nation, trying to persuade that Taiwan is critical, Taiwan is irreplaceable, and Taiwan is really for help.
Yeah, so I think we want to be the contributor, to make, that kind of United States to be able to, that kind of manufacturing things, and we will be the good partner. And, helping Taiwan is also helping United States.
Yeah, no, thank you for coming and sharing that with us and joining our show. We really, really look forward to continuing our collaboration, and just truly thank you for traveling from Taiwan to be with us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We have some more time, so I think we can keep going for a little bit. But I think, it's. I mean, do you want to have another question? What do you
No, I mean, what are you? I mean, I just, we trying to obviously pose as a challenge, but I was wondering if there was also something more optimistic that you've seen over the last few years, right? Obviously, when you're sharing your research and building that awareness about Taiwan, it seems like people really are engaged. I mean, speaking from personal experience, like I host a podcast about Taiwan that apparently people actually listen to, so there's clearly interest, right? And so how does that energize your work and elevate that to the next level?
Well, this is a fantastic journey because in the first day of since we've been launched, we have no confidence that whether our research findings, our products, is going to be accepted by here in the U.S. Because honestly, there's a barrier in terms of the culture, in terms of the language, and when trying to focusing on delivering this kind of English content, we want to focusing on trying to persuade our partners here. Previously, there were potential partners because we didn't know each other that kind of well. Because we've been collaborating each other just simply by we're supplying the hardware here. But on the other hand, the decision makers just doesn't that frequently sitting together in order to find out, identify the issue and trying to jointly working for solving this kind of issue. So I think the next step is really about further upgrading our capacity for delivering this kind of research findings. But on the other hand, trying to using more efficient way for connecting the right persons, the right stakeholders here in this region. It's not only really about the government sectors, it's really about the private sectors because lots of fantastic ideas, business startups here in the U.S. were still not connected with our manufacturing stakeholders there in Taiwan. So we want to pushing forward to this kind of more competition in terms of different layers. And it's not only about the government layers; it's mostly about the private layers, and not only about the big companies. We want more and more collaboration between the SMEs as well.
So just want to add one thing. I really, appreciate, when we established that we have opportunity to work with SCSP. I think that's a big inspiration because as Jeremy just mentioned, that we didn't know, how to be I was an influential think tank. But we learn from you, and we learn from this, kind of think tank community. And I think that also gives us, kind of the punch that, what Taiwan can really do in this international era. And we want to provide the important voice, and Taiwanese voice would be also very important for our, democratic system.
Thanks so much for saying that. No, it's always like for us, I'm sure for you guys too, it's always heartening to hear about the impact that the work that we do, can actually have on people around the world, right? So it's always great to hear from you guys on. We do a lot of work together, and Channing does a lot of work with you guys to make sure that we can get out push out newsletters to announce all of the latest research you guys do. So thank you for that. But I think, Dr. Du, you're actually a member of a new committee that the Taiwan president had created on a whole of society defense and resilience committee, right? Because I think when you think about the threats that China poses to Taiwan, it's a full spectrum, gray zone, hybrid threats that Taiwan really needs to think about. And so beyond just the military front, there's a lot of awareness that the society needs to be aware about. I would love to if you have some reflections on the work that you've been doing at the committee. And so I think for us here in the US, that's actually one of the key things we have been trying to figure out how we do better as well, right? In terms of informing our public about the range of hybrid threats that we as a nation and our people are actually facing from not just China, but we've seen a lot from Russia, but Iran, North Korea, and China, and our adversaries are doing a lot in this space.
Yeah, I think Jeremy just mentioned that there are a lot of gray zone activities, from China. It's not only, that kind of military exercise, every day across the Taiwan Strait, but also, what we call the cybersecurity, FIMI, they want to, kind of influence, kind of people's perspective, on Taiwan, on Taiwan's weakness, and also, try to kind of spread out the information, kind of misinformation. So I think that it's very important for Taiwanese people to understand, kind of to better prepare. For the whole society defense. And I think that's, kind of, all about, this is not only the military issue, but also it's kind of the whole society issue to defend our, democracy and also the prosperity.
Dr. Du,
Yes.
Jeremy, thanks so much for joining us.
Okay.
It's always an incredible honor to have you guys come here all the way from Taiwan. I mean, and it's a long trip. It will be a little bit shorter in June when there's a direct flight from Taipei to Washington, D.C.
Great, yeah.
But anyways,
Okay.
thanks so much for joining us, everybody.
Yeah.
And so
Thank
stay
you very
tuned. We're
much.
going to move on to another segment shortly.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're back on the President's Tech Brief at the SCSP AI Plus Expo, and I'm delighted to be joined by two guests who are amazing tech content creators in this field. I'm joined by Sundis Khalid and Megan Liu. They're going to give us a little preview of what Saturday at the Expo is going to look like. Ladies, what are your first impressions of the Expo so far?
So for me, I would say I'm just a little bit surprised how many awesome and massive number of companies that are here. I saw Google, I saw Coursera, I saw Nvidia, I saw Meta, literally any company I could name, it was here. So that, I was really surprised to see all of them here.
For me, I'm from the DC area, and I'm still surprised at I'm still surprised at how many companies I didn't know would be here. Of course, there's the Googles, the Nvidias, but also so many smaller DC-based companies that are really trying to take advantage of AI and learn all there is to know here.
So tomorrow, Saturday of the AI Plus Expo turns into an all-ages experience. You'll see educational workshops from companies, nonprofits, universities, but you're also going to get stage talks on careers, workforce, and talent issues. So can you guys give us a little teaser of what we can expect from your panel tomorrow?
Yeah, so for me specifically, I want to talk about how I used to be at Google up until a few weeks ago, and I used AI for my work, whether that is coding, writing emails, writing documents. So a little bit of preview and sneak peek is I'm going to share how I used to use AI at my job as a data scientist, and how I'm using it today, and how if you're trying to adopt, how you can adopt it in your day-to-day work, whether you work at corporate, work in tech, or non-tech.
Megan, how about you?
Yeah, I think beyond just talking about how we use AI on a day-to-day basis, also talking about how we should be using it to level up our careers continuously. I think Sundis and I both create a lot of content on that on a daily basis, but we're excited to bring that up to the big stage and talk more about that with people who are very passionate about their careers like we are.
That sounds amazing. And then lastly, in President's Tech Brief fashion for our live show, our CEO loves to ask our guests, what is one way that you used AI in the office this week? I'm sure you guys are super busy, from creating content to doing your day jobs, the whole thing. That is your life. So what is one way that you used AI in the office this week?
So one way I used AI for my work is I can be very direct, but on emails, direct doesn't always land very well. So sometimes I need to soften it up. Mm-hmm. So I would write it, I'll take the first pass, but then I'll ask ChatGPT, can you soften it up and make it less indirect so I don't sound so harsh. So that's how I have been using it. I'll continue using it.
Honestly, I've done the same, so don't worry about it. Yeah. How about you, Megan?
One way I just discovered I can use AI is organizing my footage for putting together vlogs and videos for my content. When I come to events like this, I capture like hundreds of random clips, and I'll just feed it into AI and ask it to go through frame by frame and tell me what's happening in the videos, and also organize them by date. And it makes it so much easier for my editors to organize it. So that's just like one random way I've realized I can really take advantage of AI.
Wait, I need to try that. I didn't know AI can do that.
Game changer. Yeah.
Wow, that sounded really cool. I have to give it a shot.
That's so awesome. Thank you, ladies, for being with us here today. Tomorrow at the SCSP AI Plus Expo on Saturday, you don't want to miss it. It's an all-ages experience. There will be workshops, there will be demos, different tech talks, and it's completely free to attend. So register on site, and thank you for joining us at the President's Tech Brief at the SCSP AI Plus Expo.